are live on Pop Culture Breakdown, ladies and gentlemen. It is wonderful to be here with my panel of pop culture pundits, and we are going to declaim on the decline of Disney. All things Disney are, you know the old song, "Everything's coming up roses." Well, everything isn't coming up roses. Everything is coming up the shit that maybe roses grow out of eventually. I'm talking feces, ladies and gentlemen. And Disney is definitely in the deep Disney shit today. What a day. And I am delighted to have with me on my pop culture breakdown here. We've got Gary Ambrosia. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
I'm okay. You know, everything might be coming up roses, but for Disney, everything's pushing up daisies.
Everything's pushing up daisies. I love that. That's what I should have got. But thank you for backstopping me there. That was even better. Much, much better. And we've got Mexican Iron Man. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. How are you?
Very well, sir. Thank you for having me, Overlord. My lord, sorry I missed last week. I've had family in town, been traveling. Great to be back here. I know we're going to be joined by other folks. And Doomcock, I'm not happy with our boy Bob Iger.
No, shit. I haven't been happy with him ever. I think he was good at, predicting the weather. When he was a weatherman way back in the day. I've got no problem with his work in that regard, but running a major business, you're supposed to run the business not into the ground. You know what I mean? Run it, not run it into the ground. That's all it takes. He just didn't quite get the end of that job description correct.
Yep.
But you're not happy with him.
Nope. But we'll get into that here tonight because I did a deep dive into their April 1st financials from that last phone call, which I hadn't had a chance to do before the show that we did. And, I think they're in worse financial trouble than they're letting on. But we'll get to that.
All right. Well, this is good because, without respect, we reject, and get woke, go broke. And all of these things are intersecting and falling on Disney's head. Folks, I just want to let you guys know, first of all, that Rancor Steve has bowed out of the show for a while, maybe a month, maybe 2 months. I'm not sure. But anyway, he's got stuff to take care of. So, of course, we have invited Douglas, but he hasn't shown up as of yet. But he sent me some graphics for tonight, so I'm sure he'll be around eventually. And, of course, Andy Masterson will be joining us after he teaches Kung Fu to MILFs. I believe that's what he's doing right now. Isn't that right? Isn't he teaching,
He's got the best job in the world. He really
And no, he's not teaching my girlfriends how to fight me off. That's a bad rumor. Whoever started spreading that on Twitter, no.
Well, he's teaching wives how to fight. Well, but those are the same things, aren't they? The wives and the... Now, Aaron Pipes is our hero, Mexican Iron Man. So there you go. But I'm delighted. Also, folks, we in the second hour we have a hilarious fucking story, that I think is going to have big ramifications further down the line. But there's a book coming out about the toxicity inside Hollywood. And a lot of, people like Carlton Cuse and Damon Lindelof and J.J. Abrams and potentially Kathleen Kennedy herself are mentioned in this book. And we have a little preview or excerpt or something published in Vanity Fair. And we're going to go over that in the second hour. And of course, our movie of the week is going to be Heavy Metal. Take a ride on Heavy Metal. So it's going to be a fun show, folks, and I'm looking forward to it. But let's go ahead and get to our breakdown, shall we? Well, Mexican Iron Man, where should we start? Should we start with the outrageous Disney princess stores
Yeah,
thing, or
I think we should start with the Little Mermaid. Well, I don't know where you want to start. Do you want to start with Little Mermaid, or and then
we
we'll
could
go to
start with the Little Mermaid
and then
because
we'll go to Princess
it
and
weighs
Disney.
on my mind. Let me tell you, Mike. This like a few days ago, I watched the Little Mermaid again, the real one,
So
like
did
on my
I.
big TV and on Blu-ray. I didn't have it on 4K. I don't even know if it's on 4K, but and it was magic.
Mm-hmm.
Jodie Benson was just charming, and her voice is so pure and perfect. And every frame of Ariel is just beautiful. It's a magical experience, and clocks in at under 90 minutes, as opposed to 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is what this shit has been padded to with chicka wow wow, or whatever the fuck that seagull, the scuttle butt shit is. And I got angry all over again afterwards. I was like, my God, this is a treasure. This is a gem that parents should absolutely live to show their kids. Experience it through their eyes for the first time. Have your little girl like spinning around the house on a high for a week or a month, like singing her songs and wanting to see it again. And it's just fucking outrageous that they would go ahead and soil this, like ruin it. It's like one big fucking spoiler. And it makes me angry, folks. It makes me very, very angry. So I don't know, Mike. I understand that the Little Mermaid underperformed from what Disney wanted it to do this 4-day, well, 3-day weekend. Is that true? I mean, did it underperform? Did it meet expectations?
It most certainly did not meet expectations in three ways. One is that as recently as the week before, well, if you go back and if you look at the articles, the projected opening weekend box office gradually dropped. They kept changing, the goalpost, if you will, and that's number one. The second issue that they have is that it's just bombing internationally, which is almost antithetical to what they tell us, right? Because they tell us that if we don't like a race swap, if we don't like someone who's race or ethnic swap, Doomcock, what are we? We're what? The racists, right?
Right.
So, when you look at the box office, as weak as it is, the domestic is stronger than the international by far. And does that mean that we're no longer racists, but the international people are? I thought we were catching up to the rest of the socialists around the world. I don't know. But, I mean, it's just abysmal. And for all of Iger's kowtowing to China, I mean, my God, the pre-sale tickets did break $1 million. I mean, that's a country with like billions and billions of people.
Billions of people. And it was coming out with what? Maybe like around $4 million total?
Yeah, the pre-sale was $1 million. And so far we're at $4 million. And look, they did. And the funny thing is they've got a long weekend because this thing opened on Wednesday. It opened on Wednesday, DC, not Thursday or Friday. It was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So you could get
I didn't realize.
The presale. Yeah, you could. There were some pre-sales on Wednesday, and so you have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. The best day at 38 million was day one. That dropped to 23 million. Now they're at 11 as of yesterday. I don't see that this thing has legs. I really don't. They opened in 4,300 theaters, which is double. If you look at,
looks like they want to get the money and run, right?
Yeah, I mean the per theater drop in 4 days went from 8,831, and I'm reading this right off of the website that tracks all this stuff. It went from 8,831 down to 2,654, 51% drop. Now this movie, DC, has with the stated budget of 250 million, and most certainly a marketing budget of at least 150. That's a 400. This thing has to do at least 800 mil, or there's problems, because some people say, well, if it costs 250 and their marketing budget's 400, if it makes 401 million, then it made money. No. That's not how this
Doesn't
works.
work that way.
Because when I go and buy a ticket at the theater, people, it depends on the theater and what day and how long and what the contract is. But basically, half of every ticket that's sold, wherever it's sold, goes back to the studio that produced the movie. Okay, so if I'm producing this thing at 250, marketing it for 150, and by the way, this thing's been everywhere. I watch baseball on regular TV. It was all over there. It was all over previews of other movies. Billboards. I was in Connecticut last week with Max. That's why I missed the show last week, by the way. I was in Connecticut with Max over the weekend. He got a Happy Meal. He's 10, Doomcock. He's 10. He's 10 years old.
Mhm.
And he didn't even open up the little toy that came in the Happy Meal pack. He's 10. I've been taking it. I'm just like, and so I had to ask him. I took a video of him and I put it on my YouTube channel, but I interviewed him. I asked him, are you interested in seeing The Little Mermaid? Now, I'm not going to take him to a Disney movie, but I'm not around him all the time. He's got friends and his mom has him. His mom
underworld contacts and shady people that'll, take a kid to this kind of, abuse in a theater. Go ahead.
And I was looking at there. It's like, he ate the chicken McNuggets. That was not a problem. He slammed those, right? So the chicken McNuggets, yeah, he was into that. He slammed his French fries and he just left this thing on the desk. And I said to him, I'm like, don't you want to check out the toy? He's like, nah, not interested. And I was like, so that led me to say, okay, I'm gonna turn my camera on. All right, you want to see what he did? You want to see what he said?
Yes.
All right, it's on my YouTube channel, so it's not a problem here. Hold on, let me share it with you here. This is. I just turned the camera on and I just asked him point blank, and here's what he said. 10-year-old. Okay, this is a 10-year-old. What do they say? Doomcock? From the mouth of babes.
Indeed, yes.
Here's my 10-year-old. This is Maximus Antonio, AK Mexican Iron Kid.
With Mexican Iron Kid. So last night he got a Happy Meal at McDonald's, and I noticed it said The Little Mermaid. So Max, I got a question. There's new movies coming out. Is seeing the Little Mermaid movie on your radar screen or not? What's your plan with that?
Okay, I think no, but I'm probably not gonna watch it. But unless if I have to, like if one of my friends, like I don't know, like one of my friend Juliana wants to watch it, I'll just be there, like, why not, screw it.
But you're not excited for it.
I know it's probably gonna be good. There's some controversy around it. I know it's gonna be good, but I don't want to watch it personally.
Right.
Did
you ever see the original?
No, and I probably never will.
All right. It's just not your groove.
Yep, not my groove.
No? And what do you think of the controversy?
Controversy surrounding it? To be real, there's a worse scenario, which I just happened to forget right before I started talking. But keep in mind, it's okay if they're doing this, okay? And although Velma ruined it, I think that it's okay to do this.
Oh, you heard about the Velma thing?
Yeah, so this is just a 2.0. But
2.0.
Yeah, but I think it's okay for them to do it.
But you're not going to see the movie.
Yeah, I think in this case it's okay, but Velma did it worse. That's all I gotta say. But I think this movie's gonna be 10 times as better, although I'm never gonna watch it. I just got a feeling.
All right. Thanks for your interview. Good job.
Yeah.
High five. All right.
Well, there you go.
My 10-year-old thinks that this is going to be Velma 2.0. He's 10. I've never discussed the movie with him until we were sitting there.
Velma 2.0.
Now, don't get me wrong. We had to talk later, and we are going to see The Little Mermaid in person when he comes down here next month for summer. And we have a whole list of movies that he and I put together that we're going to watch. The Giant,
you mean the original?
Yeah, the original.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to watch the original. And I told him why it meant a lot to me from college and stuff. And he was like, well, I never even knew that. And that told me something, that we have a responsibility to make sure that our next generation loves the classics as much as we do.
Absolutely. And this thing is by no means a classic. This thing just casts a shadow over the classic, ruined it. It's just one big spoiler, Gary. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's one big fucking spoiler. It's like every plot point, every song, every like bit of the story is going to be spoiled in advance by, it's basically the equivalent of some asshole at your office that says, "Hey, I saw the Little Mermaid this weekend. So, hey, get this." So, and he starts telling you the story, like those kind of people where they're just telling you the fucking story. They'll tell you the whole movie, and you're trying to do cues, like nonverbal cues, like checking your watch and scratching your head and silently weeping at some point, and they won't shut up. And they just tell you the fucking movie with zero entertainment. It's
And by the way, today at 1:00, 1:00 Pacific, 4:00 Eastern, Deadline released an article. I'm just going to read. Can I just read the first two sentences?
Sure, go ahead.
In a rare situation for a Disney tentpole, particularly a live-action title based on a treasured classic animated music, The Little Mermaid looks to bank more at the domestic box office than overseas. At that level, per finance sources, and remember, this is Deadline, off of a reported $250 million production cost and $140 million global marketing spend, The Little Mermaid could very well break even. Could. However, anything in the low $400 million global threshold, and this fish is apt to be sinking to a loss of around $20 million.
Ouch! Loss. Red ink. I mean, oh dear. I just think this is well deserved. This is well deserved. I wish they would stop cannibalizing their own goddamn library and stop ruining childhood experiences of classic cinema. For what? To lose money? Good. I'm glad. Don't you think, Gary, isn't that fair to say that this kind of movie, this kind of remake is the ultimate spoiler, that all it's good for is just ruining the better movie later for kids?
Yeah, I agree. And they added 45 minutes to it. What, what are we getting in the extra 45 minutes?
Scuttlebutt.
Slower talking, like how the fuck do they do that? It's so stupid. This weekend, my wife sent screenshots to me of the availability of the seats throughout the screenings.
Oh, really?
And yeah. I'm in the wokest of the woke. We're 2 hours from San Francisco. Trust me, this is not a place for people like us to live. Yeah, I live here. And I swear to you guys, most of the screenings had no more than 6 seats booked with 10 minutes to go before the movie started.
Wow, seriously.
I think the maximum was 9 seats in a 200-seat theater, but for some reason, I didn't know this. There's seats that are booked and seats that are unavailable. I don't know what that is.
Oh, that happened.
What does that mean?
Don't you remember on the show that we talked about that when, oh my God, what's her name? Marvel. What's her face? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Remember that happened? I had screenshots and I brought them all on the
Yes.
screen when I was in Birmingham, Alabama, and there were like rows of like either 4, 8, 12, 10, or 20, like these huge blocks that were just unavailable, and I couldn't buy them or sit there.
But when you go there, they're empty.
They weren't. Yeah, but when I went there, they were empty.
Same thing. There was a couple screenings where there were no seats purchased, but there were 9 seats unavailable with X's through them. So I was not at the theater, but I get the idea that it's probably the same situation that you witnessed there, Mike. But people are not going to see this movie, and not even in my state. So
I mean, you are so close to the epicenter of woke that when you just randomly break wind, like a little vestigial rainbow appears in the air, just because of how fucking close you are to epicenter of woke.
Yes.
There's still woke radiation bleeding into your like yard. It's kind of like if you break the wind, if you move too fast, a little rainbow trace will appear. You know what I mean? In your wake. But this, do you think that this could be more Captain Marvel? I mean, are these unavailable seats that Disney has purchased to pad the results, the box office results, to try and save some face?
I wouldn't put it past them at all. They've done it before. We know they have. Why wouldn't they do it again? You know,
My Hollywood spies told me Disney is desperate for this film to succeed right now.
there you go.
Absolutely desperate, and that they were going to be enhancing its performance in various ways. Now that's a rumor.
Well, let's
But that's-
remember the tickets that they bought for Black Panther, and they were taking kids from the inner city. They were shuffling the money through nonprofits. I don't know if we cover that here. I know we did a Midnight Edge, but they were buying tickets, giving them to nonprofits as a charitable deduction, and then those would count as spot seats. And they did that in major cities around the country. Doomcock.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
that's documented. It's like it's been covered by the
Yeah.
press. That's, it was exposed and all that stuff. And I mean, I don't know if we're at that point yet, but I tell you, at 118 million for opening weekend, that's a train wreck from where I stand. I mean, that's a train wreck.
Well, to quote the immortal Christopher Walken, that's as good as it's going to get, and it'll never get that good again. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
going to be like the second week is going to make more.
Yeah,
No chance. That doesn't ever
Not
happen.
likely. Not
For this
likely.
movie to do what it really needs to do, it needs to repeat these numbers for the next 3 to 6 weeks, which just doesn't happen in the movie business.
No, I mean, this
That's
was a
just to do
holiday
okay.
weekend, extended holiday weekend. It was their best shot. This was their big whack at the pinata. And it looks
Yeah.
like they got a leg, but no candy came out. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, this is a pretty sad pinata. And here's the thing, and this will feed into our discussion that we get into in a little bit later. I don't know if it's next or once we get to the financial side of things, sometime in the next hour. But the thing is look, I've said it on the show many times. Disney's been able to lose Doomcock 50, 100, 200, 300 million here, there, this movie there. But DC, they can't keep doing that because 200 million here, 100 million there, 150 there. It starts adding up to 1, 2, 3 billion
Yes.
very quickly.
Yes.
And the other problem is that they might be making all this money at the parks and experiences, all this cash in order to subsidize this stuff. But the thing is that at some point Wall Street has to notice this stuff because these movies, they're covered by Deadline, they're covered by Forbes, they're covered by the box office results. It's a very public billboard down the highway kind of visibility that Disney doesn't need. It's like projecting its failures. And let's recall, what did Bob do? Bob, I'm gonna call Doomcock. I'm gonna call Mr. Iger Bob.
Okay. Well, you're an investor, so you can.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
I own stock. I feel that me and Bob are connected that way. I mean, when I listen to Bob, I rely on it. So what did Bob say at the last to the institutional investors? This nimnut literally said, we are encouraged. He says, let me digress. It was something like this. Let me digress for a moment and congratulate Comcast Universal on the Mario Brothers release.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And he said, clearly
That
this
was
shows,
weird.
clearly this means that there is a worldwide demand for good entertainment. and he said that at the time with the arrogance, thinking that his Little Mermaid was just gonna do bazoozus, right?
Yeah.
And now he's got egg on his face. I mean, Doomcock, who does that? That's like saying, Gary, people like to eat. Now, no one's coming to my restaurant, but all the other bars and restaurants are full in downtown. I mean, who does that? He's an idiot. He's a moron.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
a
is
pretty
bizarre.
stupid statement. As if there was ever a time when we didn't desire good entertainment. You
Right.
know? This just tells you that people really like movies. And they want to see something that they like.
They apparently
Thanks,
like
Bob.
a picture that seems to move due to persistence of vision in the eye. We didn't know this before Little Mermaid, but now, thanks to Super Mario Brothers, we know how to make movies. I don't know what that even means.
It's ridiculous.
That's insane. But I can tell you, word of mouth is not going to be good on this thing. So it's not going to get better. And I saw a hilarious Little Mermaid video, folks, of grown women standing in the audience screaming at each other like parents, like saying, How dare you do that in front of my daughter? Fuck you. And bitch. And all these F-bombs and bitch words and stuff are going. And then the woman taking the video, you can hear her say, I want a refund. This is like a Disney movie. And it was just like violence and mayhem.
Yep.
Vocal violence. F-bombs and stuff. I mean, is that the Disney way now? I don't know, but
two separate incidents, 2 videos, 2 separate.
Oh, there were
incidents.
2?
Yeah.
I only saw 1.
I saw both of them.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What,
Yep.
what
It's-
is
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
didn't
I've
know it
heard
happened more than once.
Yep.
Oh my God. And I've heard accounts of like 45 minutes in, like bored kids wandering the aisles, looking lost. No, I heard somebody, one of in our community was saying, yeah, my kid. And, you know, it was sad. It was like, there's some kids are wandering the aisles looking bored. And it's just kind of, you know, like, what the fuck is this? It's not good. It's not
Wow.
good. And I'm delighted. Look, I want this thing to fucking fail. I want this thing to fail because I'm sick and tired of, you know, them treating us like we're fucking pigs, like they can just shovel recycled leftovers at us into our troughs and we're just going to gobble it up like good little fucking piggies without asking any questions. And it still bugs the shit out of me because I say this all the fucking time and it just doesn't seem like why don't other people hearing it phrased like this get upset too and go out to their window and open it and lean out and say, I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore, because what they're trying to get you to do is to pay again for an inferior knockoff of a fucking movie that you have either already seen or in some cases already fucking own on your own shelf. What in God's name would prompt you to go and see pay money and waste time to go see an inferior fucking knockoff of a movie that you already own? Shit. I mean, I'm trying to really emphasize it that you already seen it. You already own it. And if you don't own it, you can just like pay for it, the original, online for a few bucks somewhere and see the damn thing. So it strikes me as sheer fucking madness. Sheer fucking madness. And I don't understand it. And as I howled like a banshee here, and this is sincere, folks, I'm not doing this for comedic, honest to God. This is like devolution or something. This is like not only does the emperor have no clothes, he's got his dick out and he's pissing in your cornflakes, and you're just like, oh, the emperor. It's like, fuck, seriously. To answer this question, we have some more folks that have come in. We have got the inestimable and incomparable Douglas Nelson. Hey, Douglas, how you doing?
Well, this week it's back pain, so
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
so I'll hang in as long as I can. But
well,
yeah,
God bless
that's
you,
the
man.
deal.
Thank you
But,
for doing
know,
the art tonight, and it's great to see you as always.
Yeah. Oh, such terrible news.
Well, it's going to get worse. We're getting ready to get into the financials here due to our financial expert, Mexican Iron Man. But we also have a special guest, folks. We have a special guest tonight. He has not been on Pop Culture Breakdown before, but he is a stalwart ally in my war against New Trek, against faux Trek, against fake Trek, against Kurtzman Trek. A shit by any other name is just as rancid. And we have here Admiral Teague, saving Star Trek, one mental breakdown at a time. You can see his avatar there is Commodore Decker. Hey, Admiral Teague, how are you?
Actually, it's not an avatar. It's an actual picture of me watching Picard season 3.
Well, I'm glad somebody like lighted you, and you look a lot like William Wyndham. But well done, Admiral Teague. I'm delighted that I have such a stalwart ally saving Star Trek, because I have fought the fight. I have bled, sweat, wept. I have done everything that I could. I screamed from the highest mountain and rent my garments when Picard season 3 was coming on, and I feel like my cries fell on deaf ears, and yet all of my predictions now have come true. And they're trying to make Section 31, and Kurtzman is, Secret Hideout is still in the game, and I just, it's like a Trek apocalypse, but I called it. I was like, John the Baptist in a Gorn suit, Admiral. But what do you think about that? What do you think about this Little Mermaid thing? Did you go see the live action Little Mermaid? Or
First of all, I'm surprised that anyone would think a mermaid would ever have legs. In week 2, this thing's going to fall off a cliff.
Well, it's going to flop literally like a fish out of water. But
seems like they tried to dress it up a little bit from the trailer by making her more fish-like, but yeah, it's not going anywhere in my opinion.
Well, it stinks like a fish. So I mean, and maybe that's what prompted all the riots in theaters. Maybe just sheer boredom and this, this grim realization that, maybe this night out at the movies wasn't going to be so much fun after all,
I live near one of the oldest movie theaters in all of America because, of course, I live in New York, right? And it's dominating most of the screens. So how you could find enough people in any one theater to have a riot over this movie is beyond me, because you can't see really anything else. I'm getting tickets to see Raiders of the Lost Ark on Monday.
Oh, outstanding.
Yeah. I'm going to go with my buddy and check that one out. But, that's funny. It's like the 5th movie I've seen this year, and like only one of them. Actually, I don't think I've seen any movies from this year.
Well, I don't think there have been any movies this year.
Certainly hasn't been any Star Trek, and let's make no mistake about that. What we saw was a maudlin puppet show with little bitty pieces of member berries, and people just went absolutely over the top praising this thing. And it even got to the point of people having Star Trek Stockholm syndrome and meat shielding behind popular personalities we won't mention.
Yes, Starholm syndrome, we could call it. But anyway, Mexican Iron Man. Oh, well, first of all, before we get into the Disney financials, which I think is the big news, Gary, why don't you tell us a little bit about this so-called incident, this strange video that got posted by somebody regarding Disney princesses.
So if you guys haven't seen already, there was a video posted on the Bluebird site, which showed a man with a beard in a dress greeting young girls at the princess dress store at Disneyland. It looked to me like they were like he was holding her hand and bringing her into the store, and that's who's introducing the young girl to this store to go buy her princess dress. A dude in a dress with a beard.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got makeup on, eyeliner, and everything. And,
so was this?
Well, I went ahead and retweeted Gary and my concern to Bob personally. Doomcock.
You did.
Yeah.
Do you have the text of that tweet?
Why I
do, read to us?
I do, sir. And then what I did. Well, that's the picture Gary's talking about.
Yep, there he is.
Oh my God.
And I said, "Dang it, Bob! I have a news flash for you. The stock price and decisions by you and your staff are correlated. Bob, you are ruining what Walt built."
Yeah. I don't know. Walt's head is spinning. And
I am so glad I have a 10-year-old. If I took Max would probably punch him. If Max were a girl, Max would probably punch him.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So do we know that is actually an employee or?
Oh yeah. There's a whole video. There's a whole video.
It's an employee. I don't have children, but I can't imagine if
my sister,
you're with your daughter.
That was at Disneyland. My sister, who is still an annual pass holder and whom I get in fights almost weekly about Disney with. My sister, Doomcock,
Yeah.
is a Disney adult. She herself, who is an annual staff, I sent her the video, and she says, "Yeah, it's been at Disneyland for a couple years now, like that." And I said, "What are you talking about?" She says, "Well, there's a bunch of people around the park that dress like that." And she said, "I don't agree with that at all, and it ruins the park experience." And my sister's pretty out there. I mean, she's like a super Disney apologist and all that stuff, and this is wearing on her. And she confirmed. I sent her the video. She says, "Yeah, they have people like that around the park." That video was at Disneyland.
Yeah. Well, this is bizarre.
I just don't feel that that's what Walt had in mind when he wanted to make it the family place that was enchanted with the happiest place on earth.
Yeah, dudes in dresses taking little girls by the hand. No, it's not okay.
No, it's not.
Right.
I mean, the thing is, look, there's nothing. I'm not passing any moral judgment at all on anybody that wants to dress up in a dress and call themselves whatever pronouns they want. But at what cost? I mean, at what cost? The vast majority of people that visit Disneyland are not of that persuasion, and may even feel intimidated or discomfited or just freaked out, taking their little kids, who then it raises all sorts of like strange questions and stuff that parents may not want to address at that point in the child's development. And it's basically ramming this shit down the throat of the public.
Yeah.
When you just want to go and have some fun with your family on a vacation and not have to get into talks about, the birds and the birds. Taking the bees out of it is the birds and the birds. Fuck. That's all I can say is fuck. So I do believe, indeed, Mike, that your tweet was absolutely spot on, that there is a correlation, almost certainly, between this kind of obsession with, fringe political statements. And this is a statement. I mean, this is essentially a statement. And the tragic decline of the stock, which I think brings us to the financials of Disney, Mexican Iron Man. Can you walk us through what your impressions are? You're very knowledgeable. I am not knowledgeable about financial stuff. So, I kind of rely on experts like you to tell me this shit.
Full disclosure, I am a stockholder, but I'm not a licensed security person, and we don't give financial advice on this channel. So nothing that I'm about to say, as emphatic as I might say it, is designed to give anyone any kind of financial advice.
Absolutely. And I know diddly about finance. So just to let you know.
Well,
okay.
Here, let's look at where we're at today. Today we're at 87.97. Okay. 87. That's where we're at. And we've been different places here. And if we look at where we've been, where we're going, and just say the last year. Let's go to when our man Chapek got fired. When our man Chapek got fired, that morning after, which was November 21st, the stock was at 97.58 a share.
Ouch.
97.58.
That's considerably better than 87.97.
Yeah. So I thought Bob was going to save the day, Doomcock.
Well, apparently not. Now,
if I go to real quick, let me just do this real quick. If I go to what was let's just look at a recent historic low. We'll go back to March 16th of 2020, Doomcock. Okay. What would happen in March of 2020? Do we remember?
Fuck,
the Koofy Koof.
Yes, the Koof. Yes.
So this is when we're at middle of lockdown. Parks closed. Nation stopped. Ships docked at bay. Hotels empty. And the stock at that time was $85.98 a share.
Right.
Today we're at 87. Theaters are open, Doomcock.
Yeah.
Parks are open for business.
Both parks are open. Cruise ships are sailing. All the hotels are open. Well, except the Galactic Star Cruiser, which is, that's another story. We've covered that.
Oh, it's open still. It's going to be closing in September, but it's
right.
Still
well, it's
limping along.
Yeah, it's limping along. It's, it's like it's got 3 wheels on it. But the point of the matter is that not since March of 2020 has Disney stopped. When the entire nation was closed,
yes,
was the last time it was this low.
Yeah. Right.
Not good times. Now, here's what else is interesting. You see, it's going to be hard for me to show you this. You see these 3 little arrows down here?
Sure.
That's Yahoo Finance themselves saying that the short-term look is red down, mid-term look red down, long-term look red down.
Is that what that means? Like that's like their prediction?
Yeah, that means that whether you're buying it for the short term, the medium term, or the long term, it's all going to go down. That's what Yahoo Finance thinks.
Ouch.
Ow.
Ouch. How low can you go on here?
You know,
How
I was
low can the stock go?
I was having a conversation with a good friend of mine, Jonas J. Campbell, who was another accountant. And he told me 2 or 3 weeks ago that he thought this thing was going to go below 85. And I thought he was nuts, but I don't think he's nuts anymore. I mean, at this point, I don't know where it's going to go. There's no financial advice on this channel, but I'm just going to tell you this. What we've got happening right here, whether it's short, medium, or long term, we've got a problem with the stock price. And let me tell you what doesn't help. Let's sort of triangulate things. Number one, we know Disney Plus has been a money loser, Doomcock. We know that it has cumulatively lost, as of the last earnings call, $12 billion.
Ouch. You aggregated like over all the periods of its existence.
Right.
It's like lost every single time. It has never made a profit.
No. So Bob's like, let's do Disney Plus. Okay, let's go, Bob. $12 billion. Where that's number one. Number two, we know that at Disney, we've bought things and we didn't use them. We bought Pixar. We bought, we can go back to the Muppets. We bought Fox. That was $74 billion. We bought Lucasfilm. We bought Marvel. I mean, what the hell, Doomcock? I mean, and so you've got these properties that we buy here at Disney, and they just don't perform. I mean, they just stop. It's like it's like Disney is where IPs go to die and not make money. And the Parks and Experiences has been propping this thing up, but recent numbers seem to indicate that there may be problems there. And Universal has a massive $1 to $2 billion expansion plan in the future with Universal with its growth. And if Disney starts losing ground in Orlando and other places to Universal, which I believe it will, then that means that the golden goose is going to come home to roost. And every time that this is not good. This is just not good. And let's go a couple steps further. We were just talking about studio losses. Well, they can't have very public losses like this with the movies. I mean, they've got Elementals coming out, Indies around the corner. I mean, those are there. If we look at May to December, the 3 big things that they probably want to hang a hat on would be Elemental, Little Mermaid, and Indy 5.
They're fucked. They're fucked.
I don't think any of those 3 are going to make $1. I'd be in shock if they cover their budget and actually make cash flow. And then guess what they've got around the corner, Doomcock? They've got this deal with Hulu with Comcast, which is their number 1 competitor.
Right.
I don't know if we haven't really talked about it here. We've talked about it a lot I've talked about a lot of Midnight Sets and other channels. But in January of 2024, they've got a put call with Comcast where Comcast's like, all right, it's January 2024, Disney. You have a third of Hulu. Cough up the cash. And the price tag for that, Doomcock, is anywhere from $9 to $12 billion on the low side to potentially, depending on the rate that they negotiate, $15 to $20 billion. Where are they going to get that?
From Indy 5.
Oh no.
I don't know. What's the going price on?
One more thing to share you.
Oh, okay.
Got one more thing to share, and this is from Disney's own website. This is the Walt Disney Company condensed consolidated balance sheets. It's going to be a little bit hard to read, but I just want to put it up on the screen. This is a PDF copy downloaded from the Walt Disney Company website themselves. And I know that the folks at home probably can't see it, but I did highlight some things. And what it says is that as of about a little over a month ago, for the financials that closed last month in April, we're still at May. Today's May 31st. Yeah, okay, April. Yeah. They had $10.4 billion in cash sitting around. Now, their current assets, that's cash, that's accounts receivable, that's what people owe on, blah, blah, blah. So that's $28.26 billion. $28.26 billion. All right, for those of you playing at home, get out your little pencil and your notepad, and we're going to go back to school with Mexican Iron Man, the accounting guy.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go back to school. So what we're the one of the most important financial measures of a company's health is something called working capital. I'm sure we've all heard that term before.
Sure.
And working capital is all the cash I got in my pocket minus all the bills I got to pay out of my pocket. Make sense?
Yes.
All right. Well, if I take all their current assets of 28.2 billion and I take their current liabilities of 28.056, Doomcock, that means that their working capital is $207 million.
Oh,
Now,
ouch.
you might think that's a lot, but for the folks playing at home, let me explain this to you.
No, that's
God.
terrible.
That's like you guys have a salary of 10,000. That's like you guys have cash, your paycheck of 10,000. I'm sorry, $28,000 a month. You got to pay the mortgage, the property tax, all that. When you're done paying all your bills, you've got $207 left in your wallet.
Ouch.
Wow.
I mean, dude, if that's the case, then I believe you because you're an accountant, you know stuff, and
And
you've
I'm
got the
I'm
data
using-
right there. 207 million isn't even enough for them to make one fucking movie. That's not
No, it
even
isn't.
the budget of one of their fucking movies.
No.
Certainly not under Kathleen Kennedy.
If they made it, they certainly couldn't market it.
Right.
That's terrible.
They can't even make a fucking movie. I mean, what?
Oh my God.
Ow, shit.
So who's funding all this shit that they're making then if this is their working capital?
Well, they've got a shitload of debt. I mean, that's the other issue too, is that they got a ton of debt right now. They got total long-term loans. If I add all this up, 45, 55, 65, that's 100 and that's about 110 billion.
What?
So for every dollar, okay, so basically they've got 10 billion, but they owe 110. So that's like Gary. For every dollar you have in your pocket, you owe 10.
Boy, that's going to be tough with those 3 big movies they've got coming any day now.
Wow.
Now the other where it goes weird is they've got to find this money. So they can't. So they got 10.4 billion in cash, but at any given day on any given month, right? But when they have to write a check to Hulu, if Hulu wants more than $10 billion, that check's not going to clear, Doomcock. Like if it's $10 billion for $399 and 1 penny, the check doesn't clear.
Oh my God.
Now, so someone say, well, what's your other option? Well, they could sell stock. They could say, hey, Comcast, why don't we just give you stock in this deal? Well, that's your number one competitor. And with the stock price dropping the way it is, Doomcock, I did the math.
Yeah.
With my buddy Jonas, we calculated that it would end up being 14.8% of the company. Like Comcast would own 14. They would own as much stock more stock than BlackRock and Vanguard.
Wow. And then, of course, the trouble is, if that stock is sold, then that upsets the power balance because then, presumably, they have
gonna
a
get
vote
board
on the
seats.
board.
Yes, exactly.
And then can shift.
Exactly. That means they get. I was talking to Andre today on Midnight's Edge with Tom. We were on our morning show, and we estimated 3 board seats. I mean, think about it. If you have that, I mean,
That's a lot.
To your number one competitor in theme parks, Universal's their competitor in studios with movies, Mario Brothers. They're their competitor. And by the way, Comcast has its own streaming shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's letting the enemy into your house, letting the enemy know the secrets of your board, overhear your meetings, and determine your future.
Now, there's another option, Doomcock, since, we can't write a check that's going to clear if it's more than $10,399,000,000 and 1 penny. So that's one problem. Problem number 2 is we don't want to give our competitor the stock, right? So here's our third option. We borrow the money. So let's just say for shoots and giggles. I forgot.
That's okay.
Let's just say it's $10 billion that we got to give Hulu. So let's go borrow it. Well, guess what? Interest rates have never been higher.
Yes.
So at best, they're going to get probably 8 to 10% rates on the commercial market. I don't think they'll get 8. I think they'll get 10. But let's just say for shits and giggles, it's 8. So 8% times 10 billion. That means that their annual interest payments, that means $800 million in net profit would have to come out of their ownership of Hulu just to pay the monthly debt.
Wow.
Oh my God. Ouch. Ouch.
Now
Wow.
what? Now if Hulu and if Comcast ends up wanting more than that, like they want 20 billion, because Comcast, the last time they talked about it, there was just an article. The last time they talked about it, Comcast said, no. This thing ain't worth 20 or 30 billion, and Disney pays 9. No. You know what Comcast said the last time this came up a couple years ago?
No.
They thought it was worth 75 billion.
Wow.
They wanted Disney at that time before they had any subs in Hulu and before the all the price changes that happened in Hulu. At that time, before they had any statistics, Comcast thought their deal with Disney was worth like 70 to 75 billion. That means that their starting price, Comcast starting negotiating price, is going to be like, no, you're 33%. Gary, you own Gary, you need to pay for your 33%, Gary, and I want 20 billion. And Gary's like, well, I thought it'd be 9 to 12 billion. No. And they're going to have to fight about that. So God forbid it's 20 billion, because then they're going to need 1.6 billion in profit just to pay off the note, just to pay the interest.
They are fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my, inexpert, non-financial advice is, it just looks to me, and I'm just an ignorant slob. I'm not a investor.
Me and Andre's a corporate finance guy, over Midnight Sage. Me and him went back and forth with Tom. We could not figure out. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I guess if I were Iger, but see, if I were Iger, I would do like what Jobs did with Microsoft. I'd go to Apple and say, look, you have cash, I got shit. Buy me out and give me some cash because I need help. Like it's like a Microsoft Apple, way back in the day. I read it. I mean, I wasn't old enough when it happened, but from when I was taking business classes, they're going to need an infusion of cash. This company, I mean, you can't owe 10 times the cash you have. That's just not normal. And you can't have working capital of $200 to $300 million. That means if you do the math by how they spend money in a year and you just divide by 52 weeks, I mean, literally, I'm doing this from their financials. I take what they spend in their operating expenses, and I look at it for the year and just divide it by 52 weeks. They have cash on hand on any given time period between 3 and 6 weeks as their working capital at any given time.
Oh,
Boy,
gosh.
paycheck to paycheck, more or less, in a way.
Wow.
That is fucked up. Now, in the chat, Mr. Eagle Flying is saying the FEC would not allow Comcast to buy that large an interest in Disney.
I agree. And so then what? So now Bob's got to like borrow the money again. I mean, I'm sure you'll find someone to do it, but let's keep in mind that Disney's credit rating has dropped twice in the last few years.
That is true. They got downgraded recently. You sent me a link to an article where and downgraded means like basically.
Well, it's like credit. Like how we have like 805 is a good FICO score, or 780 is good credit score, 760 is good, 550 is bad. Like they got downgraded into the 600s. Is where they're. I mean, comparatively speaking,
right?
They're not preferred. They're like, they're not at risk of loss. They're 3 levels down their all-time high, and they got downgraded 2 levels, which means that when you have bad credit as a corporation, you have to pay higher interest rates. And right now, interest rates for people with good credit are higher than they've ever been. So, I mean, Bob's going to have to, we know Bob's maxed out his Visa card at Disney, his MasterCard, his Amex. He's going to have to, I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to need I don't know. Is Bob going to start an OnlyFans page? I don't know where he's going to get this cash.
Oh.
Well, okay. So what can they sell to Apple?
Everything, I guess. I
don't know. Does that mean he dismantles his legacy? I mean, see, Bob Iger is a cocky, arrogant mofo. I don't know.
Well, at this point, he's delusional. The time for your legacy has passed. I mean, unless you can come up with some smart, clever deal that no one saw.
I mean, we've never even talked about
at this moment.
We've never even talked about their legal stuff. My friend Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, I've been on his channel a bunch of times talking about the legal stuff. I mean, we're just talking financial stuff. Let's not keep in mind they got 2 court cases, one in federal court, one in state court. They probably got no basis. They're almost certainly, they already lost the Reedy Creek Financial District. It's gone. They're almost, I mean, dude, I mean, I don't know, Doomcock. I mean, I've always said that. I've always thought to a large measure that Disney is too big to fail, but based upon things that I'm hearing from other channels like Drunk 3PO, where they cover the theme parks, attendance is down. I know this major project that Universal has that they're doing. That's this major investment. It just looks amazing what they're going to build there with dragon rides and Mario and it's just, I think this is a company that Doomcock. I mean, I don't see how they're going to get out of this. I really don't, unless Bob Iger is willing to do the tough things that need to be done.
Selling their IPs, probably.
Yeah.
But, maybe it was you. I think you were talking about how, or was it Gary talking about how they bought all of these IPs and then all of the IPs failed. And well, here's, I'm not an investment analyst or a financial genius, but I do know this. If you buy an IP, you better make movies and TV shows in the IP. In other words, you don't buy the IP and then change it so it's no longer what you bought and then expect it to make money. That's what they did with Star Wars. They have never let Star Wars be Star Wars. Not once, not really. They've gotten close with some episodes of The Mandalorian and stuff that Favreau has done, but they've never had one fucking moment of genuine Star Wars since they bought it. Marvel has been degraded slowly. It eroded over time, but by God, they've dragged it down into the IP gutter as well and gutted it. So it's no longer Marvel anymore, really. Willow, forget it. Willow was toast. Kennedy is, driving the stake in the heart of Indiana Jones now. So that franchise is gone. So good luck selling that shit. What else? What else have they fucked up? Their own shit like Little Mermaid and stuff. But I mean, I wouldn't sell that. I just think they're completely and totally fucked. And a majority of the American public hates them now. Now that they've pulled all this insanely woke shit and inserted politics into their fucking, and God knows, I mean, you're talking about two parks, like they're going to have two parks, Mexican Iron Man. I mean, by the time Florida's done with them, I don't know if they'll have 1.5 parks. I mean, they'll be inspected. They'll be harassed. They'll lose all their tax protection. I mean, that may be the costliest blow that they will receive.
And then in the meantime, it's not gotten any coverage in the news. But guess what Universal Comcast went and did while all this was happening, Doomcock? And I haven't brought it up on this channel, so I'll just do it now. They, in the middle of this crap the last couple months, they went and negotiated their own new special district for their expansion that they're going to do in the next 3 years.
Yeah. Admiral Teague, what do you think about that? I love the look on his face. It's like, I like to imagine Admiral
They
Teague
say there's no devil, Doomcock, but I've seen her. She has an office at Lucasfilm.
Oh, Jesus.
I just see Disney doing things that are incredibly dumb. I mean, let's look at something successful. Maybe it's not sci-fi, but we're talking about capitalism here. A lot of people may enjoy American Horror Story, which is a successful franchise. And you know what? It's got fake Spock. So, that's kind of cool, I guess. But the point is, this makes them money. And they had to think long and hard about renewing it because it was of the nature of the show, which is a Twilight Zone-ish sort of murder mystery, which may or may not make sense given on what season you're watching. And because it was so gory and insane. And so it created a feedback inside the company. Look at that last season of American Horror Story and tell me those people think they were going to get another one and that they will be allowed to be in charge of it. I mean, it's a good, successful show. And there they are tinkering with it and messing with what made it successful. And we've seen it with all the other franchises. So I bring that one up as another example.
Yeah. Disney just is incapable. It's like the woman that marries the man of her dreams and then dedicates the rest of her life to changing him.
Right. Disney can't afford to date a fixer-upper boyfriend at this point.
No, I don't think so. It just strikes me, Mexican Iron Man and Gary and Douglas, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that given Disney's financial situation now, that they absolutely would have wanted to put their best foot forward sooner rather than later on the Memorial Day weekend. So people have asked me, why do you think that Iger didn't open Indiana Jones 5 on Memorial Day, which is traditionally when Indiana Jones, movies have around been released? And I think the only answer is because they thought that The Little Mermaid was better. And The Little Mermaid has a better chance of making their money back than Indiana Jones 5. And having seen how putrid the fucking Little Mermaid is, holy shit. Does that mean that Indiana Jones 5 is not going to save Disney? I'll just go around the table. Gary, your predictions. Is Indiana Jones 5 going to make things better for Disney or make things worse?
No, I think it's going to be bad. And that was their best foot. They put their best foot forward, They did. So,
the fucked up thing about the Elementals is, and I know comics, but when you tell me about the Elementals, one thing comes into my mind, the Eternals. And that's not going to help marketing. I don't think people are going to look at this Elementals as like, what, they got a sequel out already? I mean,
I don't even know what the hell that is.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I know what the difference is between the, characters, but holy shit, Disney is so fucked. Mike, what do you think? Did they put their best foot forward with?
Well, yeah, I mean, strategically, I can imagine that it made sense. They're like, all right, what have we got? They're like, well, let's do this. Elementals, let's put that in the middle of this. Indy's gonna do great, but you know what? Summer's coming. Kids are coming out of school. It's a holiday weekend. We'll put the Little Mermaid there. That'll get us a good $1 billion, and then we'll finish it off with Indy, and we'll get $1 or $2 billion there, and everything's gonna be awesome.
It's kind of like magical thinking and delusion.
Right. No one sat back and said, do we have a movie that people want to see? Whatever, and fill in the blank. Elemental, Indiana Jones, I mean, Jiminy Crickets, hashtag Doomcock was right based upon everything we now know from the Cannes Film Festival and all the reviews since, right?
2 hours and 15 fucking minutes of The Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to sit through that.
Especially not hyperactive kids that are not being enchanted by all the political asides and them talking slow, and rapping slowly. I don't know. Douglas, what do you think of this logic? Does it make sense to you, or do you have a different?
Well, I know it's the Magic Kingdom, but it turns out magic isn't real. So
what?
Magic Queendom, Doug. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh boy. Well, this is another thing that was obviously inevitable for the pursuits they've done. And at this point, they keep polishing turds. And boy, that doesn't work. There's at this point, there's a lot of case for just a delusion. And also they keep rinse, lather, repeat of approaches and whatnot to believe that the Little Mermaid was going to come in and save them. It's just insane. I mean, and then Indiana Jones, I mean, it's like they're like, oh God. Oh, no, it's like they already at one point realized that there's a problem with that. And at the same time believe that, well, this other thing we've got with the mermaids kind of work, it's incredible to reach that level of delusion. And of course, the other aspect is they're still working on Indy 5. Right at the last minute. Can we CGI this in? That might help. I don't, hey, you know what? Can we CGI a cameo of Short Round? Why didn't we think of that? I don't know.
Put his
So-
dad back in there for a minute. They'll love that.
Yeah, something. Yeah, that'll be
Indy,
something.
Indy, you must go to the Dagobah system.
Yeah.
He appears and then shimmers out, and he's like, "What the hell was that?" Dun, 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 you know? But I got to
I
correct
wanted
you.
to stay at the Dagobah system, but Fleabag kept beating me up and dragging me back home. So
Fleabag and the bed of restraints. You know,
Elemental comes out June 16th. And of course, this one came out last week. And Indiana Jones, June 30th. Yeah, they thought they were going to have a triple home run. Bam, 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 bam.
jeez.
a cripple home run, actually. as it turns out.
Okay.
Oh my
And it's-
God.
Whoa.
Mission Impossible comes out.
Oh my God, yeah.
They're gonna smoke him, Mike. They're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
Oh
destroy
my
him.
God. Mission
Yeah.
Impossible comes out just, what, 2 weeks later? 3 weeks later?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Mission Impossible is being merciful. They're gonna destroy him, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I didn't even see the release schedule.
Yeah. They're
well,
fucking
they didn't
dead.
either, Mike.
It's
Apparently,
all over, but the crying, Mike. Yeah, they didn't even see it either.
oh, we forgot to check that.
Or did they see it, Admiral Teague? I mean, are they basically burying Indiana Jones 5 like a cat turd in the box?
You know, I like to be an optimist, Doomcock. The way I see it is this is an absolute win for people who think Star Trek 5 should be defended because this one's going to make Star Trek 5 look great.
Yeah.
It's a
Don't
shame.
talk shit about Star Trek 5 on this channel, pal.
I do
Don't
love
fucking
Star
do it.
Trek 5. I actually
Yeah.
do love Star Trek.
Not
Don't do
to
it.
level up. I
I
want
gotta
to know
love
what I wanted this actually, Doomcock. Why can't there be a director's cut to fix some of the things that are obviously flawed in the movie?
Well, I
William
think
Shatner is still with us.
I agree, but I think it's kind of perfect like it is. It's Kirk's dream by the fire in Yosemite, but that's for another day.
I've run into a lot of trouble for saying that. I'm glad you said it, Doomcock, but I tend to agree.
I absolutely agree. And hail Andy Masterson. Good to see you, Andy. How you doing?
Hi guys. Good
What's
to
up,
see everybody.
Andy?
See
Hopefully
what you guys don't understand about Indiana Jones 5, and I'm only coming to understand it now, is that Indiana Jones 5 is not a sequel. Indiana Jones 5 is a requel. It's basically going up. Oh my God. My phone started asking me. Sorry, I didn't catch that. You can also try spelling it. It's a requel, and you know, emphasis on the reek. But you know, also the Magic Kingdom. You know, you said it was the Magic Queendom. I think it's the Magic They-dom now. Emphasis on the dumb. So I think that is Disney these days.
What's a non-binary monarch ruler? How do you define that?
That would be
It's not king or queen. What is it?
Your Majesty.
A queef. That would be a queef.
The magic queefdom.
The queef of Disney.
God.
Please hold for Miss Kennedy.
Oh man.
and on that note, it's kind of like George Costanza now. It's like, well, and that's it for us. Good night.
You're right.
No, but we should have our super chats though, shouldn't we? Let's go to some super chats before we go on to the next show item. Right. Let's go ahead and get to some of these super chats, and thank you all out there for your patience. Disney is really kind of in a fucking death spiral. And honestly, I could not be happier because this is the only way they will ever learn. It's like, why can't Disney learn? Well, they just haven't gotten enough of the shock collar or the stick or however you train animals these days. And so I rejoice that they're having all of these teachable moments. The question is, will they actually learn anything? Will they actually reflect on anything? I don't know. I honestly don't know if they're capable of learning at this point, but what the hell? We're gonna give them a shot and try to teach them a little something. Space Monkey 0899 with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Harvey for Disney CEO. He can't do any worse.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Space Monkey 0899. And if I am elected by the board, I will serve.
Thank you. Thank you, Harvey. Thank you, Space Monkey. Angry Yeti TV has renewed their channel membership at the Dumentite level. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV. And Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, hail all. I'm actually on time for once. Send you an email, DC, with a request. I'll understand if you can't agree. Any consideration is appreciated. I will take a look at it as soon as I have a chance, Angry Yeti TV, and I appreciate you letting me know. Give me a heads up that you sent that, and I will reply as soon as I can, my friend. Thank you. And Ranger Jedi has been a Dominion for 21 months now. Says, love watching Disney burn. Well, who doesn't? Other than Bob Iger, perhaps. I'm not even sure of Bob Iger. Ledgerine with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Ledgerine. Says, here in spirit once more. We'll watch later on. Well, thanks for popping in and offering a little support to the channel, Ledgerine. Really appreciate you, sir. Hail to you. And Scott V with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Scott V. Says, hail, Doomcock and panel. Live long and prosper. Who saw the Indy 5 trailer played during the Indy 500? God, what crap this film will be, Doomcock. Save us. Well, I've done everything that I can to save you, my friend. I have actually prevented Indiana Jones from suffering a fate worse than death, honestly. Even if they kill him at the end, and I don't think they do. I think there have been some leaks out there coming out of the con screenings that make it pretty clear that he doesn't die and that Fleabag doesn't replace him unless Kennedy pulls some kind of, last minute Houdini switcheroo and, sneaks into the lab late at night and edits that ending back in. And then all the prints get made or whatever, or transmitted to theaters or whatever. And then bada bing, bada boom, it's there. But at least in publicizing it, getting the rumor out, made them delay over a year, made them do all these fucking reshoots and re-edits. And now we have a mishmash, disjointed Frankenstein quilt work patch of a movie, but at least Fleabag doesn't erase Indiana Jones from history and take his place. That's a win in my book. It's a small win, but it could have been so much worse. So I'm going to take that. If that doesn't happen, if she doesn't replace him, hey, that's all I'm hoping for. I'm certainly not hoping it's going to be good. It's not going to be good. There's no way. Epic Knight of Knee, Sir Knight, an arch villain of mine for 23 months, says, hail, my lord, and I say, hail to you, oh, Epic Knight of Knee, Sir Knight. I am honored to have you as a friend. I just want to let you know that. And Detroyus 2 with a $2 super chat says, hail, Doomcock, and I say, hail to Detroyus 2. Grimlock Destroys 85 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Grimlock. So Super Mario was great, but after Guardians and Indy, maybe Transformers will be good? Anything can happen. It's a madhouse. Well, I wouldn't hold out any hope of Transformers being good. The Transformers movies I have just not liked. I don't like the designs. I don't like the feel. I think two of them put me to sleep in the theater, honestly. I'm not kidding. I actually conked out for a good chunk of, just the loud, endless cacophony, the boring visuals that are so chaotic you can't even make out what shape these damn Transformers are. I have no big hopes for Transformers being a good movie. It'll be better than Indy 5, though. I think that's safe to say. Alex M, APM with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Alex M, says, my favorite lads. Hello, Govs from London town. Thrilled to be watching live. Hail, Alex M. We're delighted to have you, sir. I know it's late where you are, and thank you for watching, my friend. And hope you're having a good time here at the show. Redwood the Elf with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Red Wolf. Says, I wonder if Harvey would be interested in doing a series of parodies of Chris Rock's Real People of Ignorance routines, starting with Here's to you, Mr. Super Woke Advertising Executive.
Well, I tell you what, if you got a proposal for me, Redwood the Elf, write it up on an email and send it to me, and maybe I can do it on Friday Night Frolics.
It's a good idea, Redwood the Elf. Yeah, shoot him an email at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com, and we'll see if we can't make that work out. Shirogami with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Shirogami. Says Skynet calculated the spread of the woke brain fungus and acted decisively to save the rest of the universe. F's in the chat for Skynet. Okay, go ahead and put some F's in the chat to encourage Skynet. Oh, geez. Never thought I'd say that, but it's gotten that bad, folks. It's gotten that bad that, Skynet is almost a savior in the woke war to stop their destruction. X with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, X. Says, hail, I mentioned it on Friday Night Frolics to Andy, but all in Xanadu near Philadelphia are welcome to a neat whiskey bar called the Twisted Tail for a blues jam every Sunday, 5 to 9. Ask for who runs the dancing. Interesting, X. Well, thank you. Anyone in Philadelphia. And by the way, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is getting a new season, folks. One of the funniest damn sitcoms I've ever seen. It is so fucking bad. And by bad, I mean good. Oh my God, the twisted sense of humor. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's like Seinfeld amped up to 11. It really is so fucked up.
And actually, I am going to try and make it. It's just been the last couple of weeks have been a little jammed up, but I was talking with a couple buddies of mine. We're going to see if we can hit there in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, outstanding! That'll be cool, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna take some of your kung fu milfs down there, and
No, just the guys. So, as my brother Jim said to me once, you never take sand to the beach.
Well done, sir. Well done. Cesario JPN, who's been a Dumenta of mine for 32 months now. Thank you, Cesario JPN. Says, Kathleen Kennedy suggests Indiana Jones can continue without Harrison Ford. Me. Young Indiana Jones Chronicles got decanonized by Lucas, right? Well, no comment, man. I don't think Indiana Jones could maybe continue without Harrison Ford, but you'd have to have a strong white male with charisma and able to do action scenes to carry on the brand. Not a woman. And even then, you'd have a hard time. I mean, it'd have to be somebody like Chris Pratt or something playing Indy, because that guy, he's got the charisma. He can do the action stuff.
And executives to keep their nose out of it.
Exactly. Or get Anthony Ingruber in there. He looks just like Indy.
I heard he's actually in the new movie. They put him in there. So, I mean, they might get something right. I mean, the rest of it's going to, not be good. But, at least somebody paid attention. Wow, this guy really does an amazing Harrison Ford impression.
Maybe so. It'll be interesting. I don't know. I'm going to have to go see it. I don't want to, but that one I have. I'm not going to go see The Little fucking Mermaid. Who needs that?
I watched that today.
What?
I watched it today.
You did?
I sailed the high seas and watched it.
Yeah, you can give us a review?
Yes.
All right. We've got a review of The Little Mermaid coming up here in just a few minutes. So get ready, folks. This is going to be good. And Strong and Grand with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Strong and Grand. Says salute to that young man. He's saluting Mexican Iron Man's young son for his critique of The Little Mermaid. Well done. Thank you, Strong and Grand. And SXHBK, it's been a Dumenta of mine for 8 months now. Thank you, my friend. Says, Mikey, how low do you think the Disney stock will go? And my overlord, God bless you and keep up the good fight. Never give up, my friend. I never will. I get discouraged sometime, but hey, that's what liquor is for. I just, take a few belts and dust myself off and get right back up again and renew the fight. But I don't know if Mike is still here or if he's stepped out, but maybe when he comes back, he can answer how low do you think the stock will go? That'll be an interesting question. Not that we give advice on this show. We do not. Cesario JPN with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cesario. Says Wizards, Dungeons and Dragons We're going to change the open game license to be restrictive. Wizards Magic the Gathering, hold my beer with Black Aragon. Oh God. So they've done some of this shit too.
Yep.
What do you know any details about that?
Yeah, they put out a card with Aragorn as a black man marrying Arwen, and it's interesting that like this whole thing was based on an English mythology back in prehistoric or medieval, whatever you want to call period. And I'll touch on that when I talk about the Little Mermaid, because there's some themes in there that are similar.
Okay, sounds
good.
Not
just that, Andy, but there was an actual Tolkien quote from the book which states his pale face
and gray eyes,
as if we have to go there, but still it does directly say that. So
right.
But fuck them, right?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck them. 100%. That's ridiculous. Yeah, no, I did see the Black Aragon card.
Yeah.
I just didn't know. I mean, that's fucking with the canon as opposed to fucking with the fans like the open game license was.
Well,
so I was a little bit.
It started all of the little chatterboxes running around again about, oh, well, you're just a racist. You're just like, no, all I'm doing is sticking to the canon. It's like, oh, well, if you stick to the canon, you must be racist. Like, you know what? I don't want to see Othello cast as a white guy. I don't want to see Shaft cast as a white guy, or Blade for that matter. It's like, but if this character was created with something, and especially the lengths that Tolkien went to create this universe, the guy sitting there in trenches in World War I under fire and mustard gas and all that horrible crap, and watching your friends die, and you can't even afford him the courtesy of sticking to the thing that he painstakingly created. We have a serious problem here where how bad it's gotten. I was talking to my brother Mark the other day, and he was paying for something and over in the city, and somebody says to this kid at the cashier, like, why do we have like this Benjamin Franklin Parkway and Benjamin Franklin Bridge? Like, who is Benjamin Franklin anyway? Why don't we get somebody that actually did something? It's a true story. Like,
oh my God.
It actually doesn't surprise me, really, considering, But you know who I'm worried about? I'm really worried about Amazon, because how in the world is Rings of Power going to work this out, as they've already cast Isildur? So,
Well, but they will recover. They're going to recover because they're making a new remake of Roots with an all Chinese cast. It's really going to be something.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah.
Not.
That was a lie. They're not, but that would be hilarious.
Well, you just gave them an idea.
So. Yeah.
Oh, they'd never dare to do it.
And why shouldn't they?
Never dare.
Why shouldn't they?
Exactly. Hey, you might as well. How about just do it with Muppets?
Right.
Let's do it with Muppets.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Let's make the color purple with Chris Pratt. I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
Stupid shits. Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's do a few more here. Alex M, APN, with another £5 super chat. Thank you, Alex M. Says Little Mermaid opened in the UK with £5 million, which is $6.8 million. Super Mario opened with $19 million. Ouch. Yeah, overseas, the Little Mermaid, they're basically asking themselves overseas, why should we pay for an inferior knockoff of a movie that we have on our shelves? Maybe I need to move overseas. I don't know where sanity prevails. I just don't fucking know. Demo Man Chaos with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Demo Man Chaos. Says, is the Little Turd Maid worse than the animated Titanic movie with the rapping dog? Yes, that actually is a thing. I had no idea there was an animated Titanic movie, so I cannot comment on that. Did anyone know there was an animated Titanic movie?
I had no idea. I wonder how it ends.
Just like the Little Mermaid.
Right? With no money.
Goes down with all hands and no money. Yes, exactly. The Guardian of Azarath with a £5 super chat. Thank you, oh great and mighty Guardian of Azarath. And the Guardian says, my 11-year-old niece and 7-year-old, almost 8 nephew don't care about this remake. And Ariel KO's Ursula in the remake, from what I've been told. Huh. Oh dear.
When she punches her?
I don't know, man.
She penetrates her.
She just steers the boat a little too low, and suddenly she's in a dark, vast, smelly cavern. And
it's like one of those Turkish prisons.
worse than a Turkish prison. Fellow Chucker gifted an Overlord DVD membership to the channel. Thank you very much, fellow Chucker. God bless, my friend. Thank you. And Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Michael says, when is Disney going to figure out blaming it all on Chapek and racists is not working? Not yet, it would seem. It's never going to work, Michael Beacom. It's a lie. It's just a plain fucking lie. All right, let's go ahead and get back to our next topic here, which is, well, I tell you what, Andy, I would love to hear your take on The Little Mermaid. Before we get to that, though, I'd like to just talk with our special guest here, Admiral Teague. You know, we always used to have kind of like the spotlight section of the show where, people, starting out with smaller channels would come on and talk about their channels. And I think this would be a great opportunity for Admiral Teague to tell us a little bit about his channel and what it stands for, and ask people to subscribe. Admiral, are you there? And can you talk to these folks?
I am prepared to communicate with the wonderful nation of Xanadu, of which I am a member. I want to thank you for being such a great Star Trek reviewer and helping all of us to see that, we had a voice in this. And I'm from a time when they told us that Star Trek belonged to the fans. And I don't see that necessarily having it change hands has changed that. I believe a story well told is the only story worth telling. I believe that Star Trek should be a 1-hour TV show, good enough for regular television, that mostly makes sense and is episodic. And call me crazy, right, Doomcock?
I know. It's like, wow, mostly makes sense. You're dreaming. Heads in the cloud, dude.
You know what? People are very upset by this notion, and I get a lot of Star Trek has only been getting done right the last few times. But I did find out I have a special power, and everyone who joins me enhances this power. Is that here's the thing? I've been told Strange New Worlds. Maybe you've heard people saying this. Strange New Worlds. I'm sorry, Picard 3 was actually a very good show, and then I reviewed it, and it destroyed Strange New Worlds. So rather than just really push for my channel, what I want to do is offer Paramount Plus a chance to give me $600,000 not to review the show. This way, it'll be good, right? Because we all know the team with the best announcers wins the Super Bowl every year. And, the team with the worst announcers fires them and tries to hire the best announcers, because you can make a home run go fair if you just say it to people.
Yes, just say it often enough, and that will make it drift.
If I had the power to change these shows from good to bad, how come no new Trek show can survive contact with Admiral Teague? I'm no mighty intellect, has been pointed out. I just simply have tried to objectively review the shows. I hope people will join me at Admiral Teague. You can catch me on Manorama on Thursday nights, and I'm just super grateful that you allowed me to be here tonight, Doomcock. You've been a big influence and an inspiration, and you've extended the shields for saving Star Trek a couple of times when we've come under attack from people. Because if you're willing to stand up and say crazy things like Star Trek should be a 1-hour TV show, people will come after you. And I found that out.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's overrun now just by, it's a corpse, essentially, and it's swarmed over by, scavengers and vermin that are stripping it to the bone. And, if you disturb a corpse on the African veldt, all the flies like swarm up around you, right off of the corpse. So that's all that's happening. You're kicking that horrible New Trek corpse, and all the flies fly up. Just ignore them. They're just a nuisance. But what is your channel address so that people can go and subscribe?
Okay, so my channel address is Admiral Teague at Saving Star Trek on YouTube, and you can follow me there. And I'm Admiral Teague, all one word, on Rumble. Please follow me. Everyone who joins my fleet helps makes my voice louder. I want to document these crimes against Star Trek. These are our popular myths and cultures, and greater intellects than mine have said they're worth holding on to and protecting. I want to document this. Maybe we should call my show Saving Star Trek CSI.
There you go. I like it. Well, thank you, Admiral, for being here tonight. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of Star Trek news, but we do have Disney news, and inadvertently, because I never would have asked anyone to, bite this particular bullet. Andy Masterson actually went sailing and saw the very littlest mermaid conceivable. Andy, go ahead and give us your impression of this movie in general. And I'm glad we actually have someone firsthand who has seen the damn thing.
I was actually surprised. Halle Bailey is actually very sweet and charming in this. She is, she does really reflect a lot of the original Ariel in this. It's the rest of the cast does not have the same kind of impact. No one is particularly compelling. Melissa McCarthy does a good job as Ursula, but is nowhere near as intimidating as the animated version. You needed somebody truly evil, like maybe Whoopi Goldberg in there to really pull that off. It's the Prince Eric in this is ineffective. He's there's a parallel that goes along, he is. So Prince Eric is the adopted child of a black royal couple, and the king dies.
What?
And yes,
You're kidding.
No,
no, come on.
He is.
Did you really see this?
I swear to God, Prince Eric is the adopted child of the king is dead, and the queen's black. So they adopted him, and he's trying to open up with diversity to connect with other cultures so they can be stronger.
You're so full of shit, Andy. You're so full of shit.
I swear to God. Okay.
No, I've heard this. I've heard this.
Andy, look me in the eye. Look at the camera. You promise?
I sweir.
Yeah.
You're saying that they're trying to open up to diversity, and they say that?
They even go after
they say,
after
did they sing it? Did they sing it?
After the ship sinks, there's actually a segment in there where King Triton and the sisters, who, although all the sisters look very different, apparently they did have the same mother.
Get the fuck out of here.
Uh-oh. Well,
wait a minute. So that means that Triton is wait, hold on. That means he's either he's a beta ass cuck.
Yes.
That means that Triton's watching his old lady getting pinned by a whole bunch of other merman.
That means that somehow under the sea there's a window and Mexican Iron Man crawled through it.
Yeah, they look a lot like you, Mike.
It's just floating there. It could swim around it, but no habit. He opens the window and swims through
let's
the window.
take a look at that picture again to see which one could be Mike's little girl.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, how do you jump out a window when you don't have any legs? You just got a fishtail. How's that work?
I don't know. Okay, you people.
He doesn't fall. He falls up. Like Kathleen Kennedy and the rest of Hollywood. He jumps out the window and falls up to the surface.
Right, of course.
Technically, it's a porthole. So.
Wow.
He's got a hole in every port and a port in every hole. Mexican Iron Man, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, baby.
But, Jesus, I can't believe this. So honestly, they talk about wanting to spread diversity.
Yes, because the queen wants him to stay home. All right, so the story in the cartoon. So the ship sinks, it catches fire and sinks. Well, they don't pass up the opportunity to make the point about how the ship catching on fire and sinking is polluting the ocean and how terrible humans are for polluting.
how terrible humans are for having their ships blow up on them and sink and die. Yeah, that was rude.
So the king, he, is like forbids her to go and do this, and she goes to see Ursula. It is exactly the same through most of those parts as the cartoon version, but they stretch it out a good hour longer.
Oh my god! And dimmer too, like dim.
Oh yeah,
dark CGI.
In the beginning, it's very colorful as they're going through the reef, but then as they get deeper into the ocean, it is very dark. It's very a couple of the song, like Haley Bailey does the songs very well. She does sound, and Jodie Benson has a cameo in this film. She plays a
doorstop footstool.
She's a vendor in the area where like she's going along and she finds the fork and she starts combing her hair and they all look at her. She puts the fork down because the dingle hopper thing. So
it's nice and subtle.
Yeah, they have that in there. It's she does a wonderful job singing. Talk about a downgrade from Buddy Hackett as Scuttle to Awkwafina. Oh my God! Like you just cringe every time you hear this diving bird, because it's not a seagull anymore; it's a diving bird, and you hear it talk, and it's just nails in a chalkboard. I mean, I'm expecting Quint to say, "Y'all know what I do for a living." It's
wait, hold on, Andy. So wait, two questions. First off, what's a diving bird? Second off, who the fuck is Awkwafina?
She's the chick from. She was in Renfield. The cop in Renfield.
No.
Yeah.
Ching-Chi.
No.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Nah.
Buddy Hackett to fucking.
Yeah.
No, that frumpy cop from Renfield. No.
And she raps. She's a rapper.
Yeah, she raps in the movie.
Chicka wow wow, chicka wow wow.
Stop! Shut the fuck up.
And she was in Shang-Chi carrying the rabbit chicken.
Can I just may I say on behalf of people of Queens, Awkwafina was born in Brooklyn. Okay, so this Nora from Queens stuff is also a fallacy.
I don't know. I thought Awkwafina was some shit you sprayed on your hair to keep it stiff in the wind. I mean, or was that Aqua Velvet? I don't know.
Aquanet.
No, that's Blue Velvet.
Oh, Blue Velvet.
So it plods along. There is. I sped it up to 1.5 times and it doesn't move any faster. The scenes where they run along gleefully through the woods and stuff like that, and then in the scene where they're floating along the boat, when you know that she knows that this is her one shot to give the prince, to get that kiss from the prince so she can stay human for the rest of her life. That's what she wants. And
but I thought she got a spell cast on her that by Melissa McCarthy and the Ghostbusters that made her forget that she needed to be kissed.
Well, she's there. She can't talk. So they're laying in the boat. And now this guy is old enough to captain a ship. He's like, he's not some 12-year-old, on his first date. And the timid look on his face, like, no wonder she turned away. Like, I didn't know this island nation they have, their primary export must be soy, because
Andy, seriously, you're making my left arm hurt, man. You gotta stop.
Oh no,
My back hurts.
Okay.
The king is sleepwalking through his lines. He is doing a worse job than Harrison Ford called in his role as Han Solo in Return of the Jedi. Just kind of going through the motions. He's monotone. He's very flat. He's not compelling at all. Like when you watch the cartoon version, like King Triton is like, he's a badass. He's like, he's imposing. He's like, this guy's like, I will be very vexed with you if you and I'm gonna zap all your things, and like, no, I've had enough. Like, you don't get the same feeling of like, dread or anything like that. And like they have the whole sequence they copied, cut and paste from the shark and all that. There is no sense of fear or dread or anything like that, or potential danger as the sharks chase him through the wreckage of the ship. That's pretty dull. The pacing of this is it's just plodding, and it goes on and on. So skipping to the end, like you get the same kind of thing, and yes, she does save the day and jump on the ship and stab Ursula and all that. It's and then of course King Triton recognizes the error of his ways, and the Queen recognizes the error of her ways. They need to spread out in contact with all the rest of the world and be diverse, because that's where our strength is. So yeah, do yourself a favor. Halle Bailey, I think, will have a great career doing some things if she makes some good choices with material. She is charming. I did not expect to like her because I really do like the original. Having a daughter, I've watched these things many, many, many times, and it truly is a work of art with the animated version. I expected not to like any of this, but I did find her very charming and very sweet. She does have some charisma about her that it has that quality to it where you do kind of like her. The rest of the cast is completely forgettable. It's cut and paste from every other of these live action things that I've been forced to watch. Again, as the father of a daughter, the last one we went to see was the horrendous Beauty and the Beast, and it's everything is so caricatured. It's like, now before I saw this, I watched the Critical Drinkers review of it, and he brought up some great points, but that's only things that adults would notice. Kids are going to watch this thing. I don't understand, when you have little kids, you don't want to be sitting in the movie with them because they get fidgety. They have little bladders. They have to go pee. You have to then they want to know what happened when they were gone and all this. It's and this thing is like a full hour longer than the original. I think the original is under 90 minutes, and this is over 2 hours long. You won't notice these things unless you're an adult, and you wonder why that it's an island nation, completely reminiscent of British or European citizens. The Queen's black, the crab is Caribbean, but you don't get a sense of where this thing's at and how things are and stuff like that. It's and then of course you have the whole thing with the which we sussed out why all the daughters look completely different, but they had the same mom. Apparently, I don't know, maybe King Triton was involved in a seahorse accident, way back when, and couldn't produce. I don't know, but it's very forgettable. This girl's going to have a good career, but the rest of it, I am struggling to find a good performance in it. Melissa McCarthy does well, but not memorable. It's not something she does. In no way, shape, or form does she come near being as menacing and as evil as the original Ursula in the cartoon. So
I gotta say, I just watched it myself, the original, and I was just absolutely struck at how brilliant Ursula was, because she was evil, but she was also fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, she was really funny and entertaining, and I liked her because she was cracking me up.
Yeah.
Like when she gets a hold of King Triton's pitchfork there, trident, and the look on her face, she goes, oh, it was just so camp and hilarious and over the top. So she's evil, but she's gleefully evil. She's having fun with it. She's chewing up the scenery.
Melissa McCarthy does a good job, but she doesn't measure up to the original.
Well, nothing in this movie probably does.
No, and the graphics are bad. There are a couple scenes where I've never seen something so unnatural than trying to have these mer people swim. And there's another thing that's weird too. You see the guards that are there, and it's like their tails are sort of shortened. It's like they didn't quite fit in, because they made these things like these sets like according to people. But like if you figure, like if you're going to be like a mer person or something, like your tail is probably going to be 2/3 of your body. Well, they kind of had to shrink the tails of these mer guards as they're standing there by the king. It was something that was just very disturbing to me. It's like, that doesn't look natural at all. And they swim very stiff and rigid. The shifts where you see like it goes from like soundstage kind of things and like in CGI water. I heard that she had to learn how to swim to do this, so she doesn't look very comfortable where you see her, she's actually in water. So that's a little off-putting, because you can tell it's almost the level of quality, like the scenes in Princess Bride where they're in the ship in the water, how fake it looks. It's not ocean, it's just kind of like you can tell it's a swimming pool kind of thing. It looks very much like that. The flounder it's awful. It's like it's a fish with the mouth moving. There's no expression.
The crab is just like dead eyes, and it's a crab.
Well, the original Sebastian was so animated and so
hilarious,
vivacious and expressive in things, and you have a crab that can't do all these things, so that really falls short. It's in no way near.
So it was a horror movie. Oh,
it kind of is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very. I'm glad that I watched it on 1.5 speed. I tried to do 2, but I couldn't understand things, so I had to slow it back down a little bit again. But yeah, it is not. It was not enjoyable for me. I could understand how little kids could probably go to this thing, but I'll tell you what, as a parent, having to plop down, like, God only knows what it would cost you. If like you're a mom and you take like 2 kids with you, it's probably going to be about like $50. Yeah. This is not worth $50. It's like to sit there like with the popcorn and all that stuff. Like, no, this is like this is something that is, the parents might like have the kids watching it, but I'm going to go cook dinner while this thing's on. You are getting all the messaging. They managed to tick all the boxes. I was amazed. I didn't notice, and I could have missed it. I didn't notice anybody who was like checking any like boxes and buying Bud Light and shopping at Target, but it could have, and
what a missed opportunity.
I know. They should have had like, King Triton, like Papa, or Prince Eric. Like Papa Bud Light and offer it to her,
Yeah. I mean, look, it's one of those things where
it's like in the boat, on the kiss the girl. It's fuck that. Let's get down to business. And she lays back, spreads her legs, puts her feet in the air, and he pops a Bud Light.
I've got one of those too.
Honey.
But I mean, it is very very bland. It is, they stretch things out, and I don't know why. I would figure they could probably put more showings in there if they shortened it up, because there's a lot of unnecessary things with it as far as the cinematography goes.
That's the thing, Andy. They don't grasp the concept that if you make the movie shorter, you can show it more times in the theater and collect more ticket revenue.
Yeah.
The longer you make the movie, the less times it can be shown in the theater. The less opportunities they get. It's the same price for a longer movie than it is a shorter movie. I don't know why they don't get that.
If it's a shitty movie, Gary, then it will much quicker be obvious that they only have so many people that are willing to see it. So the longer runtime means less, time before the theater is completely empty. This way they'll get, a week or two, otherwise next week all the theater be empty. If they could actually show more screenings.
So the last point I want to make, and Gary, this is more in your wheelhouse. Everything looks really cheap. It is like, the digital stuff doesn't look good, but the sets where they're on the land, it looks cheesy. It looks very fake. I mean, it literally looks like you could have filmed this thing in Disney World, in like the Pirates of the Caribbean area where they have all that. It looks pretty much the same. it looks very fake with the vendors and things like that. It's
When was the photography of this movie commenced?
I have
Was it
no
2020?
idea.
A lot of, I mean, not to give them an excuse, but a lot of production suffered because they were doing all this stuff isolated on a soundstage.
But didn't this cost like $200 million?
Yeah, it did, but that's beyond the point. I mean, you're talking about the pioneer of effects and animation, and these people can't even get their own fucking movie to look good. Not even decent.
Yeah.
Why? Why is this so fucking hard? In the age, how many decades are we beyond Lucasfilm at this point? How many? I mean, in 1983, they had 300 fucking ships that they all hand animated by fucking hand in one cell of frame, and it looked amazing. And now, in 2023, we can't have a good looking fucking computer movie. These people are lazy.
They were able to make Mos Eisley look more realistic in 1977 than just a simple oceanside market in 2023.
They're just fucking lazy, man.
It's almost as if they don't know what they're doing.
Almost as if. It's almost like, so this is just going to be on the radio, right? Like, no. We're going to show this shit?
Oh. I thought we were just voice acting.
Oh, you mean they're going to see it? Oh,
I thought this was a cartoon. Shit.
Yeah. But
they cut the Le Poisson song as well. They cut entirely the chef song, right?
Why?
They do change the lyrics in the Part of This World song. It says something in there about like how women can be strong and all this stuff. It's like they add this line in there, and it's like it is so cringe. It's like it just screams like, I am woman, hear me roar, in the middle of this beautiful song about like, I just want to be part of your world. Oh, by the way, men suck. It's it just has that like it. You're like, wait, where did that come from? Why was that in there? That was
Prince Eric seeing that.
No, that was.
Oh, okay.
You're trolling Dad for taking the family to the theater with that one.
I was
but they cut that number though, right? They cut Le Poisson.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
They cut the song and they extended the movie by 45
minutes.
Yes.
How do you want to extend this? Well, first, let's remove this piece of shit.
Yeah, it was just. What's the point of this number? It's just funny. It's just funny, and it's like
no wonder they cut it. No wonder they cut it.
I'm not seeing the message in this song. It's got to go.
No wonder they cut it, because people were laughing, and enjoying themselves.
They might get too happy if we keep that in there.
It like
might actually enjoy the movie.
It's a very funny song. Good. Whoa. What?
Yeah. Yes.
No. Get it out of there now.
And they rewrote the lyrics in Kiss the Girl, right? It was like, didn't he have to get her signature before he could make a move, but she didn't know how to write because she just,
They changed it to Kiss the Prince.
Yeah.
Crowd is singing to her. Go ahead, do it. He's not going to do it.
Did that happen, Andy? They changed the lyrics?
They rewrote the lyrics.
Yeah, it was different. And the problem that I have with this is there are a lot of families out there like mine with a boy and a girl. And if you're going to drag your son along to the princess movie, there should be somebody in there that's going to kick ass a little bit. And what you're doing here is you're teaching a generation of boys that, and when danger comes along, hide behind the girl because she'll save you. Well, that big bad wolf's going to come through the door, smack her out of the way, and then and you're going to be, oh, my pronouns and my, because you didn't teach them that as a man, your job is to stand in that breach and fight off the things that come in that's going to threaten the house.
Right.
That's your job. The women are there to procreate the species. Your job is to protect the women. That's biology, but not in modern day because, look, the new Spider-Man cartoon, I think they have pregnant Spider-Woman in there. Black pregnant Spider-Woman in the new movie.
Yeah. Black pregnant Spider-Woman.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it. I'll hold it.
Yeah,
it's going to be Spider egg, spider egg.
Oh, and she's very pregnant too, but she's still apparently
Dude.
spinning around and like doing crime fighting and all this stuff. Like
Spider,
of
yeah,
course.
they punch her and a spider pops out her ass, and they punch her and more spiders pop out. It's probably be funny. It's kind of like the witch, Gary, in Looney Tunes. Remember where she cackles in the air, goes and then ping, and there's hairpins spinning. Well, instead it's like little baby spiders spinning in her wake as she
Oh
speeds
God.
off.
This is so sad when the only thing manlier than the captain of the ship in your movie is the fucking mermaid.
Yeah.
Oh,
How
well,
fucking backwards can you get?
you know, there is something you brought something up there, Gary. That's a big point. Now, when they did the live action Beauty and the Beast, there were characters in there that were clearly gay and stuff like that, but they chose to go very stereotypical. Now, you take in contrast, you take something like The Hobbit, where you have Luke Evans, who played Bard, who like kills the dragon and stuff like that, who's a gay man. Yet there's nothing effeminate about him. How come they never portray their gay characters like that? How come they always go for the stereotypes with everything?
yeah,
And
well,
they
it's
call-
shallow.
Well, they call everybody else, the critics, the racist and the homophobes and the sexist, but yet they're the ones that put that version on screen.
Mhm.
It's true. I mean, look at Sir Ian McKellen.
Yes,
He's
yeah.
gay, but that's just who he is. It's just by
Right.
circumstance. The guy doesn't necessarily play a gay character all the time. But the thing is, Andy, is what you're saying is if they didn't go to that extreme, that stereotype, you wouldn't know that they're gay. So therefore,
Right.
it wouldn't be in your face. You
Yeah,
know?
they wouldn't get the ESG points because we couldn't tell.
Exactly, because we couldn't tell. It's just a human being. Who would have thought?
Well, that's easy. You just have them say every third line will be, and I'm gay.
I
And
like
that's
balls
it.
in my mouth.
Right, right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, shit. In 300, I mean, a lot of those Spartans were gay. But you didn't see them like talking about it. I mean, they were kick-ass warriors, but it's well known.
Well, there's no time for love scenes when you're trying not to die.
Right, right.
Yeah. There's no time for male leapfrog when you're sword fighting.
That's right.
Define sword fight.
Yeah.
When that one guy
Oh,
got
that's what
beheaded,
they
they
were
all kind of felt their feelings for a little while and got in touch with their feminine side before
Right.
they went back out there and hacked and slayed.
Exactly. Now go watch Spartacus again.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's that old anecdote about when it came time for the Spartan warrior to retire, why didn't he want to go home? Well, he couldn't stand to leave his buddies behind.
Wow.
What?
You see,
What?
Oh man.
What? That
boy, there's more tender loving care
Wow.
in that than the whole movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
there's more love in that joke than there is in the Little Mermaid.
There is.
Yeah.
That's a great joke. That's a good joke. I like that one.
But the sad thing about it's like Andy says he was actually charmed by the actress here, is that I'm afraid that she has the talent to have a decent career, but the problem is with these failures like this is like she could end up like Daisy Ridley, I mean, and that's what happens with a lot of these things. It's not her fault, but she's
Right.
the face of it.
She has the advantage of being able to sing, right? And maybe she
Yeah,
dance too. Like this woman could do Broadway, probably.
Well, maybe, but right now, I mean, she's in a train wreck of a remake of a recycled piece of shit movie that you can't.
Right. We kind of don't wish, and we kind of hope for the best for her career. But yeah, it looks terrible. But maybe she has some other skills like beyond what Daisy Ridley had. Oh, I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, I know.
That's
But
the
I mean-
problem with a really talented person is they end up becoming the collateral damage in a movie like this.
Yeah.
Because there's really they're just being hired.
Them.
They don't give a
Right.
shit. What did you say, King Solomon? What?
She may have to go on tour forever as Little Mermaid dinner theater, I guess, but she won't be broke.
No.
No, she probably won't be broke. Disney, however, is broke. I heard that what What did they spend on her weave for that movie? I heard it was like something like $750,000 for her
Something like
for
that.
her weave.
Something obnoxious.
What?
Versus how much
Good
was she
Lord.
In the
paid?
fucking
Yeah,
movie.
the hairstyle
hair.
was expensive.
Oh, for God's sake.
Well, and
And-
I'll tell you what, that's one thing. The hair underwater did not move like hair underwater.
Of course not. Well, they
it-
weren't.
Yeah,
They're so phony. And I understand also there's an appalling lack of bubbles in the fucking water.
Yeah, no
They're
shit.
just kind of floating around,
Are
right?
you kidding me? If I was a producer of that fucking film, are you kidding me? No bubbles and $750,000 for that hair? You fucking drown that bitch. Drown her right now.
I want to see
Underwater.
bubbles, god damn it.
the other thing too that's really off-putting in this is like when she gets stabbed through the chest, because like in the other one, like she gets stabbed through the back with the ship. This she gets
You
stabbed.
mean
in the front.
Ursula?
Yes. Okay. This is how it looks.
Sounds
That's
like
it.
the end of Jaws 4.
Yeah, it is so. It's horrible. The visuals are horrible. Like you don't see, and there's no like agony. There's no like.
Oh
you know,
my
it's
God.
It's just kind of like,
Perfunctory?
and she just kind of like
Yeah.
sinks underneath the water, and like, and you see the trident like.
I'm telling you, Andy, Melissa McCarthy cannot be bothered to go anywhere as far as an actress can go. She's like, oh my God, the environment's too toxic. I have to go home because I'm getting sick.
Yeah.
They don't want to go there anymore, you know?
Oh my God almighty. Well, this just sounds awful. It just sounds awful. I'm really glad you bit the bullet, man.
I'll tell you,
I'm surprised you saw it.
you hit the nail on the head though. When you said that this is going to ruin, if they see this, they'll never have any interest in seeing the animated version, which is far superior.
That
This
sucks.
is going
Yeah,
to
that's-
ruin this wonderful story for a lot of kids that see this thing first.
That sucks.
Yep. 100%.
Andy, did you ever read the original story? From
Yes.
The book?
Yeah. Very Faustian, very dark. And she dissolves into sea foam at the end.
Yeah, that was
Tragic.
that was my first time hearing the story about this.
Well, that's not a moneymaker. It's just, you can't make a movie like that. I mean, maybe David Lynch or,
David Lynch and Little
Cronenberg would
Mermaid.
make it,
I would see David
that would be
Lynch's
the-
Little Mermaid.
I don't know. It would be
But
weird.
that would at least be like say, well, we'll do an actual. Well, I guess that would be a Disney product, but I mean, to do an actual adaptation of the original story would be the only other tack to this. But they weren't interested in that. They want to use the brand of the original and slap this in there and preach and all that, and it's lackluster garbage. Yeah.
It is.
Terrible.
It is.
Again,
I think we should go get into the rest of the super chats here and then get into the movie for the week. What do you say?
Okay.
yeah.
Should we do that?
Chance to the last super chat. I have no idea what the stock price is going to drop to.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have a sense. I mean, it's
have
impossible. But
No
it
idea.
seems
I'm
like-
already shocked that it's at COVID levels.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every single day when I check and I think, well, they'll have done some shenanigans to get it back, it just goes a little bit lower. And I
Yeah,
wonder
it'll
how
come up.
long.
And someone's propping it up because if you look at the volume trading charts on Yahoo, you can see big blocks being purchased every time it ticks down. So I don't know who it is, but somebody is stopping it from free falling every so often.
Could it be Peltz gaining
know.
ammo?
I don't know.
I mean, buying it when it's like at a low?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, everything that all the gains he made are wiped out. So at this point, I
Well,
mean,
in terms of
and
money,
that's the other
but
thing too is that Bob was so dumb. He literally said that there was when that fight started, he literally said like, maybe we'll do a dividend in a year. I mean, Iger's talked himself into a corner. He's just oh God. If I were Peltz, I'd just be sitting on the sideline going tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
yeah, they're screwed, man. I think it's getting worse and worse and worse, which means better for us. All right, let's get to some super chats. All right, folks, let's go ahead and read these. They're not going to read themselves. Chief PI, been a Dominion of mine for 5 months now. Thank you, Chief PI. Says, amen, Lord Doomcock. They are rewriting our history. Yes, sir, they are. They are indeed, and it's part of, I believe, a concerted attack on our culture, on our civilization, Western civilization, to go ahead and demoralize us by shattering our stories, shattering the myths that bind us together as a tribe, if you will, and yeah, basically severing the ties that bind. Even our stories, they've divided us politically, they've divided us economically, racially, sexually. Now they're working on the most fundamental level that they possibly can, which is basically the stories that we love, that we can all like say to each other and smile and see beyond race and sex and political divide and just be humans, be kids again. Remember the stories that we love, and they want to attack that too. And I think that's what they're doing. Araxis, who's been a Dominion for 15 months now. Thank you, Araxis, is asking for permission to use Trekpocalypse in real life. Please go ahead and spread it around. We really are having a Trekpocalypse here. And it's sad. Star Trek used to be a paragon of rationality. It really exemplified the value of reason and logic, as well as the values of manliness, courage, bravery, command, and also compassion on the side of Dr. McCoy. Even though he was a bit crusty, he really was kind of voicing the humanist point of view. And now none of those things are of any value in Star Trek, especially rationality. Scripts that butt stupid are not rational. No way, no how. Jonas J. Campbell with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jonas. Says the only place TLM made money was Racist USA. LOL. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. The rest of the world didn't want to have anything to do with it. I think people are insane. I think it's because it's Memorial Day and they had, let's it's a holiday. We should do something festive. And they took the screaming kids to see the damn thing. And I really, really can't wait to see what the drop off is going to be next week.
Oh, well, we'll be reporting it here, people.
We absolutely will. I can't wait to see that. I really would be damn surprised if it didn't drop off a fucking cliff. That's what I think. That's what I think. Roadhog 1167 with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Roadhog. Says, hail DVD and guests. I knew my wife had questionable taste when she married me almost 30 years ago, but some bitch, she wanted to go see the Little Mermaid. Time to stock up on tequila and rum. Yes, and a sleep mask for the theater, so you can just put it over your eyes and not even look at the CG. I think that would be the best way to see it, not to see it. That's my opinion. Thank you, Roadhog 1167. And Troy Neenan with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Troy. Says, Walt visits a gypsy fortune teller. The fish shall save the mouse, but the rat will die feeding on its corpse. Fear the scuttlebutt, Mr. Disney. Fear the scuttlebutt. Troy Neenan, wow. A real, honest-to-God gypsy fortune teller. Not a fraud. That one would be legit. That one would be absolutely legit. Thank you, Troy. And Troy Neenan also says, with a $5 Australian super chat, thank you, Troy. Says, on the new channel, I would like to see VTuber Doomcock, Harvey, and Mexican Iron Man watching stuff that we recommend. I see. I don't know anything about like VTubing or anything, or how you make that happen or anything, Troy Neenan, but it's an interesting idea. It might be something that could be done. Perhaps we will talk about that.
You're gonna need like some kind of thing because you got to keep your helmet on. So
yeah, so I don't know how VTubing works. That's like what Kelvington used to do, right, with the hedgehog.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Me neither.
Zero expertise on that regard. And Aaron Pipes with a $2 super chat and a keen question: will Iger even be around by October? Mexican Iron Man, I probably would imagine he
absolutely, most certainly, he will be around by October. If I'm wrong, I will do 2 shots on the show. But he will. First of all, we've got to remember that their fiscal year begins on October 1st, and he's in the middle of a 2-year contract with multiple extensions. So they will find a new CEO. I mean, the only way he's going out the door is if something catastrophic happens. I mean, really catastrophic.
Like another movie?
No. Way worse than that. It would have to be like some massive scandal, or stock drops to $50 a share and can't get back up or something. It'd have to be super thermonuclear.
Wow. Holy shit.
But then again, who knows? Look where we're at today.
Well, I gotta say, my prediction:
what?
Iger's extensions are gonna cost way more than Halle Bailey's did. That's right.
I see what you did there.
Wacka.
DC, you're on fire tonight.
I'm on fire.
Yeah.
Well, I've been drinking fire water, and
Yeah.
that always does it. Had a hard day. Christopher Banker with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Christopher. Says money is coming from silent investors, BlackRock and VG. Well, aren't they?
They're not silent. They're publicly traded funds, and they've got board members, and they're not really silent.
But aren't they like backing off a little bit, or are they doubling down? Because
Vanguard's backed off a little bit, but BlackRock hasn't backed off at all.
Stupid fucks.
Yep.
Watsamata has joined the channel membership at the Archvillain level. Thank you very, very much, Watsamata. Watsamata for you. Hey, welcome to the ranks of the Archvillains, my friend. Thank you for joining. And Darksaber Force, who's been a Dumentite of mine for 5 months now. Thank you, my friend. Says, okay, yesterday, the Flash directors just came out and said they'll work with Ezra and never planned to recast him. After all the crap he's done? Well, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't say. Darksaber Force continues with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Darksaber Force. Says, had this been Chris Pratt, so Henry, who loves fans, and Affleck got cheated out of his Arkham Asylum movie, and they don't have jobs there anymore? I'm sorry, I'm done with DC movies. Fuck. Hail Darksaber Force. I don't blame you, man. I hear you. I don't know. I don't know what Ezra has on them that he can keep these shenanigans up.
Class.
Well, maybe they can line his prison cell with a green screen or something.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah,
and he's under the sea.
I would be surprised to see if this kind of talk continues after the movie's done. And in any case, the director may never do another Flash movie. There's rumors that he's being courted for the Batman movie, the Brave and the Bold. So it's just kind of you don't say anything negative while the movie's out,
right.
And that's just kind of that sort of thing. And he gives some praise
keep
to
your
Ezra
mouth shut and you keep your job. Yeah.
Right. So unless the Flash could soar to $2 billion, other than that, there's really, I don't, because this is it. This is the last time you'll see him as the Flash. And there's been no talk of any Flash movie whatsoever. There's been talk of Superman and Batman, and that's about it.
Yeah, in fact, you're right. I mean, in fact, they were briefly thinking about retitling this movie "Flash in the Pan."
Yeah, what's more accurate?
But really, they should have called it Batman.
It's Batman, right?
I mean, it's basically Batman. The only reason anyone wants to see it is because of Michael Keaton, who I hear does a fantastic job in the movie. So
right.
But yeah, Scott Hudson with a $5 super chat that was retracted, and then another $5 super chat that I think is the perfection of his idea. He says, if it flaps like a fish and swims laps like a fish, yet it stinks like a fish, Bob will drink like a fish as it flops like a fish. Thank you, Scott Hudson.
Very good. Clever.
Very nicely done. He is something of a poet laureate of my channel, and I always like his clever rhymes and clever situational comedy there. Thank you, Scott Hudson. Well done, sir. And Darksaber Force with a $5 super chat. Again, thank you, my friend. Says, sorry, Doom. No Margot Robbie jokes tonight. I'm just so pissed off. Henry lost his job, but Miller will have his once he's better. Maybe next week. Hey, I don't blame you, man. Listen. If you're not angry these days, you're not paying attention. That's just the bottom fucking line. If you're not fucking angry, you're just not watching the shit that I'm seeing. Okay, that's the be all and end all of it. I don't know what else to say, dude.
I get the feeling though they won't say anything about Miller. They'll just quietly exit him and he'll just disappear. Because if they come out and make a statement, then they're discriminating against somebody of the alphabet tribe, and I think that's going to be like they just don't want to touch it.
I tell you what, his big comeback is going to be a biopic about Phyllis Diller. That is going to be, that's going to be it right there. I'm telling you. Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Aaron Pipes says, even if the upcoming 3 Disney movies hit $1 billion each, would that even help? Sounds to me like there's nothing they can do but sell off something. Mexican Iron Man, if 3 Disney movies hit $1 billion each, is that going to make a difference with that bottom line, given the figures that you broke down so ably?
If they hit $1 billion?
Yeah, if 3 Disney movies hit $1 billion each.
Okay, so that'll give them. All right, so let's just go do this real quick. Let's do the math. Little Mermaid with this production probably needs about 700-800 to break even. If it does $1 billion, then it'll make $200 million there. Okay, so now instead of working capital of 3 to 5 weeks, we've got working capital of 6 to 8 weeks. Awesome. Okay, next one. I'm not even going to talk about the Elemental. That shit's just not happening. Let's go to Indy, and let's just say Indy does. Well, shit, at the budget right now, it's at $350 million plus marketing. So that one's got to do $1.2 billion. So no, now so if it hits $1 billion, it's still a loser. And now the gains that I made from fucking the Little Mermaid just got wiped out by Indy. So I'm back at 0. So no, math, no.
Well, wait a minute. The Marvels is coming.
Oh,
when is that supposed to explode like a shit balloon?
In the fall, I guess. I can't remember.
I mean, I don't know if they're going to change the date again.
I know. This is it was supposed to have already been out by now.
Mike, what you're saying is basically if they make $1 billion each film, they hold off their debt for one summer.
Elementals, if it does $1 billion, it'll make some money. I mean, if they do $1 billion Little Mermaid, that's $200 million. I mean, dude, okay, all right. So let's just say for shits and giggles, it's gonna. Let's just say they all do $1 billion, and that results in profit of $400 or $500 million. Right?
So they hold their debt off for one summer, basically.
Now, okay, so now I have $600 million in net profit, but I still got to write a check to Hulu for freaking 10 to 20 billion.
Yes,
I still need the Iger OnlyFans page.
Hey, let me just say that if the 3 Disney movies combined made a profit of $1 billion, that would cover the losses of Disney Plus for a quarter, and that's great.
Awesome, good job.
Don't you think that would just be wonderful?
Yeah, good job, Bob.
That would be great. Bob Iger, like when he wakes up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night, and he lurches up off of his pillow, leaving a puddle, and my hair. And he's panting, and he says, "Calm down, Bob. Calm down. No matter what, you've got Brie Larson. You got Brie Larson. Suck it up, Bob. Suck it up."
I did hear something that was really disturbing to Disney this weekend. You had Memorial Day weekend, and Universal was packed, and Disney was advertising how short their wait times were.
Yeah, that's like the restaurant saying, "Yes, we charge you a lot of money for small portions, but on the positive side, the food sucks. So less to eat. Less to eat."
So in conclusion, the Marvels needs to hit $4 billion.
But I've got Brie Larson. You got Brie Larson.
All right.
Oh, well, that's
not all is lost.
Panic just yet.
Not all is lost. Yeah. Thank God I've got Brie, and what's her name?
All I know is
Ms. Marvel chick.
If she shows up at my door, I'm not throwing her out my window. You know what I mean?
I just want to know, was the Marvel?
No, you just throw yourself out the window.
Yeah. You know what?
I hurt my back again.
Sorry, Doug. Sorry.
Was the
he
Marvels written by the same people that wrote Willow?
Oh my God! I hadn't thought of that.
I mean, they might have a shot.
Okay.
Oh God. You know, Bob Iger also like when he's in a cold sweat at the night, he says, "At least I've got the bearded guy outside the princess store in the dress. At least I've got them. I've got them. What's his name? What's his name?" He turns to his wife and says, "What's his name again? Lancelot?" And she says, "No, Lance a Little."
Dwayne.
Dickie
Dwayne the
Lance
Pebble.
Little. Little
Dwayne
Dickie
the
Lance
Pebble.
Little.
Dickie Tuck. Dickie Tucker.
Oh, that one was right on target.
Yeah, you know he shops at Target in June.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Man, is this stream still on or did they cancel us yet?
Oh, we're funny tonight.
Woo! Wow.
Oh,
Hey guys, I was in Walmart today. They have an end cap full of Bud Light floaties.
Oh man, that is so good. Thank you, Aaron Pipes, for triggering that particular flight of fancy. We really appreciate it. And Rainbow with a $5 super sticker of the Invisible Man. Thank you so much, Rainbow, for that. That was outstanding. And Gort Nut says in the chat, "Okay, the target thing was a bullseye." Well done. Well done. Mr. Peckerwood, speaking of picking up the theme here, Mr. Peckerwood, who's been a Dominion of mine for a month now, says, "Need that Admiral Teague pick as a chat icon." Well, it's from Star Trek, man. It's from the Doomsday Machine. So
come on now, that's not. You leave this one alone. This one's mine. Come on.
Oh, okay.
My
All
avatar.
Right. All right. That's fair. It's his avatar, by God. Which is better than Universal's avatar, but never mind.
I'd point out you can find 5 or 6 other really good Commodore Decker reaction avatars other than this one, where he is just making a variety of great faces.
Oh yeah, when he's like they say there's no devil Jim, but right out of hell I saw it. It was great.
Bones, give him some space drugs. He's not making any sense.
That's right. With a maw that could swallow a dozen starships, and in a blooper that disgusted him, he turned to William Wyndham and said, "A maw? What about its paw?" That's what Shatner. He would do shit like that.
Where do you stand on the concept of Will Decker being Matt Decker's son? Because a lot of people say the books aren't canonical, but that's a Gene Roddenberry book, right?
Well, I think he fucked the chick before the Doomsday Machine.
Oh, obviously, this is the second time in 3 episodes that Kirk's dealing with having created an orphan. Jamie is only a couple episodes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, first Ben Finney, now this.
Doggone it! If you don't want orphans, don't have the red shirts, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Risk is our business.
Risk is our business. Risk is their business. That's our slogan for Red Shirts Inc. Risk is their business.
I just rewatched the Apple. I think that has the record for red shirts.
I know, man. They're dropping like flies right and left. It's amazing.
Everything blows up on Explodo 4.
Yeah, there's even exploding rocks on that fucking thing. Vol is throwing lightning. The natives are restless and caving people's heads in with
now
gaffy
listen,
sticks.
As a longtime follower of Vol, I don't think we should go judging him too soon. In his infinite wisdom, if we just simply put enough vegetables in, he's going to give us the answers eventually.
I know. Fucking hell. And of course, in the remake, the woke remake, when Kurtzman gets around to it, Val's name is going to be changed to Val.
And have he'll have big windmills on top, like a wind farm up the side of him.
Probably so. Game Biter with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Game Biter says Disney sales prevention strategy is paying off. Sales prevention strategy. we have to fend off capitalism one ticket at a time. It's just
working well. Keep
I'll
going.
tell you this much: Bob isn't allergic to debt, but he's allergic to profit.
Yeah, no
sure
shit.
is.
Obviously.
They keep it up,
makes
and Disney itself will be in Ollie's.
Every time I talk to my mom, I'm like, did you sell that Disney stock yet? And she's like, oh, entertainment is recession proof. I'm like, Mom, you might want to sell that Disney stock.
Tell her to watch The Little Mermaid.
Yeah, she would be pretty appalled. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Entertainment was, depression proof in the Great Depression. But you go into Little Mermaid, you're going to experience a little depression.
Yeah.
In another economic downturn, we got Disney movies, and I never thought I'd say this, Doomcock, but I'll say it here. I miss Tab Hunter, Sandy Duncan, and her glass eye. That darn cat was a higher quality movie than Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah. The computer that wore tennis shoes is much more science fiction than Last Jedi. That's for
Kirby
sure.
the Love Bug. Give me a sequel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thomas Zanello with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Thomas says, while not the best of the movies, I feel that Star Trek V, out of all the movies, had some of the best interactions between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Thomas, I agree entirely. I love it. And the crazy ass parts of it, I believe, are a dream of Captain Kirk's By the Fire at Yosemite. I actually did a full-length DVD commentary on Star Trek V on my Patreon, patreon.com/Doomcock. And, you can go ahead and sync up the movie and play my comments along with it. And I make a strong case, I feel, that it is a dream. And I love it. I really love that movie.
It's how I feel about it too, Doomcock, and I've taken a lot of incoming over that theory.
Well, I'll help you defend it one day.
Thanks for the validation, my friend.
You bet. Skinny Cartman has renewed their channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Skinny Cartman. Snail Messiah, who's been a Dominion for 18 months, says non-gender ruler, sovereign. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you, Snail Messiah. Well done. Green Hat with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Green Hat says there are no less than 4 animated Titanic movies. What the fuck?
Do any of them end happy? Yeah.
Well, yeah, at the credits. Thank you, Green Hat. Appreciate that. Your Muslim uncle with a $9.99 super sticker of a figure like pounding the floor and kicking the floor and laughing their ass off. LOL. Thank you, your Muslim uncle. We've been having fun tonight, folks. I'm really glad y'all are here and able to join in on the fun, because holy shit, it's been fun tonight. And I needed the laughs. Lord Niblick the Third, with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my lord. Says, hey, Doom, talk more about the true enemy behind Disney and others, the ESG score. Yes, the damn ESG score. Like, basically rating how woke a fucking company is, like that's a badge of merit, as opposed to a badge of demerit and a reason to avoid that company like the fucking plague. And people are waking up to it. Ask Target, ask Budweiser, and ask Anheuser-Busch, and ask Disney sooner or later. They're just filing left and right. Mr. Blue Cat with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Blue Cat says, do you guys think Disney will file Chapter 13? I think they're a long way away from that, Mike.
Agreed. They're a long way away from that.
But one can hope.
Well, but long term, I think the damage been done to Disney by all this fucking woke ideology and agenda, and the exposed, not at all secret gay agenda has deeply damaged the brand. Deeply. And Chapter 13, it might be 5, 6, 7 years down the line, but if they don't change their ways, I don't think I'd be surprised. I could see it actually happening at some point, because you can't lose the goodwill of your customer base indefinitely.
Yeah.
Much like your bank account, your basically what do I want to call it? Your morale rating, your positives will also erode to the point where you're no longer viable.
Yeah.
Well, that brings up another point, though. Like, what is their path back? Because they don't have anybody creating anything good that people really want to see.
No.
So it's not enough to just stop what they're doing. They have to actually start creating something. They've damaged Star Wars to the point where like nobody's watching anything. They've damaged Marvel to this point where nobody's watching anything. They've got massive amounts of debt they bought to get these things. Does anybody have faith in Fantastic Four or X-Men? Like, I don't see anything that's going to bring them back from this. They're sinking, and like it's not enough to just stop the Titanic's almost halfway underwater now. You might plug those holes, but like, what's going to bring you back up?
No, I agree. I mean, Mike, I would say this. You know, when I look out across, the jungles of Xanadu, and I see the plants, the trees, kind of blowing in the breeze, and I see smaller plants, smaller trees and taller trees, and basically, when you look at a forest, you're looking at a battlefield in slow motion of trees that are struggling to grow faster than their neighboring trees to get all the light. And other trees are struggling not to fall into shadow and be stunted. It's a slow motion massacre that's going on with trees. And couldn't you say the same thing about theme parks? Because, Disney it takes a long time for rides to be developed and built.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to set these things in motion.
Oh, yeah.
Universal is leapfrogging over their ass. They've got so many great attractions and they have the momentum. And by the time Disney wakes up to the inherent violence of Universal's encroachment of all the oxygen in the theme park room, isn't it going to be too late? And aren't they going to be perpetually starving in the shadows?
I agree.
It's already too late. Universal has already been building all of the stuff that they have now for 10 years. They're already ahead of the game. It's too late for them to compete with, for Disney to compete with them.
Yeah.
It's too late.
And combined with everything else, Gary,
yeah,
it's just bad.
Yeah.
It's bad for them.
It happened right under their noses too. All you had to do was go to the back lot of the theme park. They tore down a bunch of buildings and put up an 80-foot satellite dish. What does that tell you? I mean, that was like 10 years ago. No one knew what was happening, but no, they were already ahead of the game. And now there's no way back.
No.
Yeah.
And who knows? They may gain seats on the board.
Oh yeah.
Disney. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Jay Prez points out, he's been a member of mine for 33 months. Thank you, Jay Prez. Says also we're terrorists for not liking this movie.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Aren't we ashamed?
You are evil. We're evil.
We're just so evil for not
bad. Unless bad Gary.
Forking money over for a movie that we've already seen a better version of and actually own a better version of that movie.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if I pay for it and hate it, does that make me not a terrorist?
Yes.
So I can go pay for it and talk all the shit I want.
Oh,
I don't think so.
No.
I'm Irish and Cuban. I feel like I have a genetic right to see this movie.
Yeah.
Well, but
Come
you're
on.
a white male, so fuck you.
Yeah. Any part of you that's white, any part of you that's white, boy, you are out the fucking door.
That would be the skin part on the outside of the body.
You're shit out of luck.
I look just like Will Smith, though. Otherwise,
right. Well, that's not going to save you. You need to look like
But is
Queen
your wife
Latifah.
bald?
Queen Latifah. That's the new
You
look.
need to
that
look
need
like
go
Lizzo.
for. Yeah.
Then you won't be a terrorist.
That's right.
So get
That's
to
all
McDonald's.
you can do.
if that's the choice like you're giving me, you know what? I'm just going to be a terrorist.
I think
Right.
so.
Welcome to the
Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Mercenary X21 says, I didn't pay to see the Last Mermaid remake, and I still feel ripped off. Did you feel ripped off, Andy, when you saw it?
Well, considering that I did take the high seas, it did steal some of my time. At 1.5 speed, it took less than 2.5 hours, but I had nothing of value afterwards.
I bet it still felt awful interminably long, even at 1.5 speed.
Did you have to take a shower, Andy? Did you feel dirty?
Did you cry in the shower, like, on the ground?
Like Ace Ventura?
Yeah.
No.
Fetal position. Oh.
I was
The
reminded
crab looked at me.
I was reminded of the scene of Bachelor Party where the guy jumps in the shower and he's scrubbing himself down.
Underrated film.
And Beth Arstead is here. Hey, Beth, with a $2 super chat, the queen of corn, the minister of mirth. And she's got an unhappy face and a zippered face and says still. She's been having trouble being seen in the chat, but Beth, I saw you multiple times, your comments tonight. So, I mean, is the problem solved? I think the problem is solved.
Yeah, Beth, we see you. I've seen you.
I've seen you. Yeah, Beth. So you are not muzzled. We have seen you. And Jeremy Winfield in the chat says, God damn, Lord Doomcock, that part about trees was deep. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, it's a weird thought, but I've noticed it. It's like, just because it's so slow doesn't mean that it's not a epic struggle between these trees. And I think the theme park stuff, it's going to be like the winners and losers are going to be determined before they even realize what the fuck is happening, because it takes so long to develop rides in these things. And I think that ship is sailing. I think they're so fucked because, man, Disney relies, that is their lifeblood. That's the one fucking thing that they have left going. And I tell you what, Lancel Little standing there in the doorway of the fucking, princess thing in a dress and a beard and, competing Little Mermaids in the park where, they don't look alike. It's just gonna fucking
and there's a lot of customers coming from other countries that might not appreciate that.
Exactly. Well, $4 million China.
I just want to go to customer service and say, I saw the White Mermaid. I want my money back.
And back on Universal, remember that they're not just expanding in Orlando; they're also opening up in Las Vegas and Texas.
Oh my God!
What about Disney World France, where like they're protesting there? The visitors can't even get in because the striking workers are clogging up Main Street in Disney World France. The customers can't even get in because they're protesting for higher wages, and that's another. They just keep getting shot with these little. It's death by, I don't want to say 1,000 paper cuts because some of these are gashes. There's some seriously deep wounds that they're suffering. Look, they're not bringing anything back. You had a chance with the momentum of the MCU, but you lost it now. You have to rebuild that from ground one. And judging from the state that they have things like, who are the creatives who are going to put in charge of the Fantastic Four? I hear these rumors about Adam Driver as Reed Richards. You hear anybody excited about that?
No.
Does that make anybody go, oh yeah, that's perfect casting? And that they're going to screw it up somehow. They have to put the diversity checklist in there. And it's which is stupid because Marvel Comics is already the most diverse thing in the world, because diversity looks a lot like natural diversity looks a lot like free market capitalism, but they don't have anything on deck to launch. That's what you're saying, Doomcock. There's no way back for them. Gary pointed this out. There's no ladder for them to get up and say, yeah, here's our road back.
Yeah. That's how I feel. And they richly deserve it.
In order to be on the road back, you have to realize that you're not on the road forward. They don't know that they made a problem, that they've made a mistake yet.
No, they
haven't gotten there yet. That's the first step in realizing that you have a problem, is admitting you made a mistake. Not there yet. Step one of 12. They're not even there yet.
Yep.
I think the Dunning-Kruger effect is absolutely playing in.
Yeah, I think it's true. Well, what are you going to do? We'll just keep slamming them for it. Agent Pepsi 1, who's been a Doomenta of mine for 42 months now. Thank you, Agent Pepsi 1, says glory to Lord Doomcock and the esteemed chat. We are definitely winning this pop culture fight. Disney is getting their Bud Light moment. I love it. Not yet, but boy, I tell you, they are suffering in slow motion. It hasn't been as dramatic as the Bud Light thing, but I tell you what, it's coming. It's just more in slow motion than the Target and the Bud Light shit. But they are definitely in that vortex of woke suck, and they're being sucked down by it, and it couldn't happen to a nicer soulless corporation. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the movies that we love. Mexican Iron Man, I know you need to go, right?
Yeah, I got to peel off. So thanks for having me, and I'll see you guys next week. And great show, man. I thought this was fun.
I hope you had fun, brother. And Mike, go ahead and plug anything you'd like to plug, sir.
No, I just, what I want to plug is I just want to tell you that you've done a great job. I've been a channel member here now, 4 years, I think, coming up. I think I'm on my 4-year anniversary, and Patreon as long or longer than that. Just thanks for the great job you do. All of you that are in the chat, thanks for being members. Consider upgrading. Any of you that are on membership gift plans, it really is a different world, because once you cross over to being a regular member, there's all kinds of benefits that come. So yeah,
thank you, Mexican Iron
thank
Man.
you for all you do, and your videos are on fire, and great job on everything as always.
Thanks, brother. We'll see you next week, and we will see what Little Mermaid does next week.
Bum bum bum. Good night, everybody.
Right, good night, my friend.
Good night.
It's been a real honor streaming with Mexican Iron Man.
He's one of the greats.
He's
all right,
gone now. You don't have to kiss his ass.
Oh yeah, well.
Oh, and by the way,
want to.
We do have the screen captures where Mexican Iron Man admits that he is a YouTuber.
Right?
Uh-oh. Does he admit about the Windows stuff?
Well, he admitted it, and then he ran and jumped right through a window. So it's like 2-in-1 video. Check it out.
Right.
Wow.
Well, let's get to a little movie that we love here. Ladies and gentlemen, the movie of the week is Heavy Metal. That's right, my friends. Heavy Metal. Oh, you'll work the screen, Andy?
Got it. Yep.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll go ahead and remove that and put the chat back. Thank you, brother.
Hey.
Yeah, Heavy Metal, folks. So this movie was it came out of a Heavy Metal magazine, which in turn was an Americanized version of a French comic book magazine called Metal Hurlant. And it was extremely cutting edge, very strange, very European, science fiction, fantasy, horror. I mean, extreme stuff. I'm surprised that they sold it on the shelves back in the day, because I mean, unsuspecting kids would pick up this stuff and see boobies and chopped off heads and flying genitalia and all sorts of like grotesque abominations. And it was really glorious. And this movie sprung out of that culture. Now this movie is not nearly as extreme as the actual magazine. I mean, they were marketing it to the American public, but it does keep a lot of that aesthetic. And it is a extremely fascinating, unique anthology of science fiction, fantasy, and horror. And to tell us about it, we've got our own Gary Ambrosia here. Hey, Gary, what do you think about this amazing movie? And it is pretty extreme, even for American public.
Oh yeah. So I'll start out before I go into my notes. I saw this movie for the first time when I was about maybe 14 or 15 years old. It had been licensed out to Turner Network on TNT, and they showed like at a midnight showing, like real late night showing, they showed like a censored version of it, and I happened to tape it. And I watched it over and over and over again. And this movie's awesome. I wish I could go back and watch it again for the first time. Mexican Iron Man luckily has left the show, partly because he has not seen this movie yet, and we have all encouraged him not to be spoiled by this interview or by this review. So that way he can enjoy this movie, which I have to say, Mike, I am really jealous that you have not seen this movie yet, because you are going to have one hell of a treat. This is a great, great film. Okay. Heavy Metal. The 1981 animated feature film based on the sci-fi and fantasy series stories as seen in the magazine of the same name. Producer Ivan Reitman and Leonard Mogul, who was the producer of the American version of the magazine, which was based on a French publication entitled Metal Hurlant. After traveling to France to pitch the sale of National Lampoon magazine in Europe, Mogul discovered the anthology magazine and bought the rights to publish it in the US and Canada. With the success of its first feature film, National Lampoon went on to begin production on a movie adaptation of its new property, Heavy Metal. The film is almost 100% conventional animation with the use of some modern techniques of the time. Ivan Reitman describes the movie as a sword and sorcery meets science fiction meets Playboy. Fresh off producing National Lampoon's Animal House, Reitman's next project would be Heavy Metal, with the magazine rights now conveniently being held in the Americas by National Lampoon. At the time, Disney held all the cards when it came to animation. When the film was announced, animators from all over the world reached out to be a part of this new and edgy project, it being the first mainstream animated feature to offer its audience gratuitous sex and graphic violence. Many of the animators, tired of their work in primarily children and family-based projects, leapt at the chance to return to their adolescent roots of drawing dirty pictures, but now getting paid to do it. Due to rights issues in adapting some of the stories from the original publication, several stories needed to be altered and new content had to be written into the film to keep it in budget. The Lochnar thread, Harry Canyon, and the Tarna stories were all written for the script, the others being modified to fit the overarching storyline. The Tarna sequence was based on the stories of Azrak by Jean Mobius Giraud. I don't know if
Gerard, perhaps.
It's Girard.
Mobius, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mobius. Mobius. Let's see. From the original publication, the major similarity being the art style rather than the storyline.
Yeah.
Azrak is one of Mobius' most famous creations and was one of the best stories published by the magazine. I don't know if you've ever read those stories, Doom.
Oh yeah.
They are so
sure.
cool.
They
almost
are.
like, they remind me of Eon Flux.
Yeah,
the way they're
very.
kind of like dreamlike, and the way they kind of fool the audience. Something happens and then it kind of turns out to be this weird thing at the end. It's very bizarre. It's got a Twilight Zone feel to it, and it was all without dialogue.
Yeah.
It was all without dialogue. So I really love those. Guys, if you haven't seen the Azrak stories by Mobius, check them out wherever you can.
Absolutely. And not only that, but I would say that Mobius essentially designed Blade Runner. I mean,
yeah,
his story.
I do have a note about that. Yeah.
The Long
yes.
Goodbye. A two-part, just a short story. But oh my God, the buildings built up.
The detective. That's
the
right.
Look,
I forgot.
That is
I forgot all about
great story, man.
That is a great story.
Man, I love that. Anyway,
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. It's all right. Azrak is one of Mobius' most famous creations and was one of the best stories published by the magazine. Tarna herself was inspired by the films of Sergio Leone and Clint Eastwood's character, the man with no name, the sequence director John Bruno being a huge fan. The B-17 story was originally based on a story called Gremlins, written by Dan O'Bannon, which depicted a bomber and its crew being torn apart by small creatures while on a bombing mission. That script also became the inspiration for what eventually became the storyline for Alien.
Yeah, and Dan O'Bannon also wrote The Long Goodbye that I was just talking about that Mobius illustrated. So, I mean, Dan O'Bannon was
Huge
responsible indirectly for a shitload of some of the greatest stuff ever made.
Yes, in the same universe, I will add, too.
Yeah.
Alien and Blade Runner. Okay, 4 of the cast members of SCTV, Eugene Levy, Joe Flaherty, Harold Ramis, and John Candy provide a variety of voice performances in the film. Many other famous voices appear, such as John Vernon, who plays the prosecutor against Captain Lincoln Stern. John Vernon was also, you guys will know him as Dean Wormer in Animal House, among many, many other films. And Percy Rodriguez as the voice of the Lochnar, which if you guys don't know Percy Rodriguez, Doom, do you know Percy Rodriguez?
No. Mm-mm.
He did a lot of movie trailer voices. He did the original Jaws trailer.
Oh, okay.
There's a creature alive today that has survived millions of years of evolution.
Oh, yeah.
Jaws. You know, that.
So he was that voice.
He was that voice and did, I mean, dozens and dozens of trailers. Very famous guy. John Candy and Harold Ramis were simultaneously shooting Stripes along with performing in Heavy Metal, some days working on both productions at the same time.
How cool is that?
I guess you could say Ivan Reitman was also working on both productions at the same time too.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. An earlier unused framing story was the use of a carousel on which the young girl would ride and travel to the next story. This idea was replaced by the Lochnar piercing her mind into its destructive capabilities and showing her the reason why it must destroy her. So on the original DVD release of this movie, there was a rough cut, which was like an animatic kind of, where it was only the black and white line drawing assembly of the movie, and originally, instead of the dad figure that in that, you know, that Grimaldi scene where the guy comes down from the shuttle into the, you know, he's on the Corvette and he lands and he gives the girl the green Lochnar,
right?
You know, well, apparently in the original film, there was a carousel and he offered her, you know, he was telling her, look, imagine in your mind what you think is going to happen next, and go on board the carousel, and it led her to each story. But that didn't really work out. It was kind of a little too lighthearted, so they tied the Lochnar story in, which I think is much better. But that was the original thread story, to tie all these stories together.
I think it's better this way.
Oh, much better. Much, much better. I don't know if you ever seen that, the rough cut on the DVD, the original DVD, but it's interesting. Check it out. There's a lot more to the scenes than what you see in the movie. Okay. One complete story was cut from the final film, entitled Neverwhere Land by Cornelius Cole. In the story, the Lochnar is present at the creation of life and is shown to be the source of all evil throughout all time. Finally ending at World War II with bombers flying off into the distance, which was meant to transit directly into the B-17 sequence. So there's a whole story cut out of this movie. Again, you haven't seen that, Doom?
No, I have not.
Check out the DVD. You can get the DVD probably for like $2 on Amazon.
I've actually got it on a Blu-ray that I got over.
Oh, it should be on there then.
Check that then, because
it's excellent work. I kind of thought,
really
like,
cool.
Why wasn't it in there?
It kind of stops the story, Doug. You know,
the pacing, but each one was different to themselves.
It's really good though, because basically, Doom, the Lochnar, the animation lands the Lochnar in the ocean, and like from the creation of life, it is the source of all evil. Killing, murder, war, famine, everything. And it shows you that in this several minutes of animation. And it finally ends on World War II, and it shows the bombers taking off, and then it's supposed to transit into the B-17 sequence, which was really cool. It's a little bizarre. It kind of stops you in the middle of the movie, and they had to cut something, and unfortunately they had to cut that sequence, but it's still worth checking out. So check it out.
Well, that's super cool. I didn't know that it was actually on the.
Hopefully it's on your Blu-ray. It's
I bet it
definitely
is
on the DVD,
it should be.
Check it out. Yeah, if not,
it's not sure, but I think Pink Floyd was involved with the music for that sequence.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, wow!
Or at least some of the members of them were.
It sounds like it.
It does sound like.
I remember that sequence. Okay. All right. So, here we go. It is said that Ridley Scott was highly influenced by the heavy metal publication, one of the producers of heavy metal film, the film, being present on the set of Blade Runner and seeing a stack of heavy metal magazines in one of the production offices.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
That was straight from his mouth. I watched the interview with that guy. He's like, I was there. I saw him. He's reading heavy metal.
Well, he not only is, but I mean, Ridley Scott was educated in the same art school and went to school, I believe, with Mobius.
Oh,
And
okay.
and the damn thing of it is, if you've looked at any of Ridley Scott's drawings for Blade Runner, they look just like Mobius. I mean,
Yeah.
he draws just like Mobius. The guy could have been a brilliant comic book artist.
Yeah.
I swear to God, you could show me a Ridley Scott drawing and a Mobius drawing, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah,
That's how
he's
good he
fucking
is.
brilliant.
Yeah.
He's absolutely fucking brilliant. You know, the interesting thing about this was it was gratuitous sex, violence, gore, sci-fi, but it was done as fine art. I mean,
Yeah.
really, the art in Heavy Metal, the magazine, I'm sure you agree, Doug, is fucking fine art. It's
Yes,
not
it
like
is.
comic book art. It's
No,
very.
it's
You
way
have
a
these
step above
really,
that, yeah.
really, double page spreads of these beautiful landscapes and cityscapes, especially with the Long Goodbye and the Azarac
Yeah.
stuff. It really was gorgeous, beautiful art, which was what that's what makes it kind of bizarre. It's done in a the tits and ass in it are done in a cheap way,
Yeah.
but the art is so fucking great. It's
Right.
It really is superb.
And it really has a very, it preserves, in my opinion, the kind of European
I like that
value.
frame. Then the lights came on. Talk about embarrassing.
Honk, honk.
That was great. Den was a great story. I really loved Den.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I really felt like He-Man took a lot of inspiration from Den. I would have liked to see like a live action Den. I really
didn't
like
know there were two Loch-Nars.
Right? They're so soft.
But this was literally Richard Corbin.
Richard
Yes.
Corbin, yeah, that
Yeah.
was his story.
He
yeah.
actually, I mean, this is literally the most literal rip,
From the-
adaptation of the magazine story. It was
Right, yeah.
perfectly done.
It looks, one of the things that they really nailed was the art style of each artist in the original content. The Harry Canyon stuff, it's based on it's based on the Long Goodbye, but it really looks like the Mobius artwork. This
Yeah.
really looks like the Corbin artwork.
Yeah.
It really they did a really good job. And the irony, or the strange thing was that this movie was dispersed. The art departments were dispersed throughout the entire globe. They had people in London, they had people in France, they had people in the United States, they had people in Canada, and they're all working on different parts of this movie. They're all drawing different sequences, and some of them are drawing for the same segments. So they're sending each other bits of film here and there. They're working absolutely remotely, which means that the artists are not being nagged or bothered by any of these corporate types. They're just allowed to do whatever it is that they're doing. They send the pieces out, and then the production company finally assembles them. That's a miracle. That really is a miracle. I mean, that's a whole lot of artists just being allowed to do what they need to do and not being bothered. That's there's a lesson to be learned from that. Okay. Before the film was animated, a Leica reel, is that correct, Doug? Leica? Is it Leica?
Leica, I'm not.
Okay,
I don't know what that is.
I think
I'm
it's
sorry,
a
yeah.
okay. Well, we'll just call that a Leica reel. Was made as an animation guide. This consists of an assembly of the black and white pencil renderings of the scenes, storyboard panels, and some high contrast live action sequences that would assist the animators in tracing certain shots. So, in other words, like I was saying before, they would take the pencil drawings and assemble them as sequences and kind of do a rough edit of the movie and see
like
where
an
they were at.
animatic type, an animatic.
All the guys called it Leica. I think they called it a Leica reel because Leica is a brand of lens, I believe, or camera or something.
Oh,
But
okay.
anyway, let's see here. Special effects coordinator John Bruno achieved the flight sequences in the Tarna story by constructing a large model of the landscape and painting it entirely black with white detail highlights. By photographing it onto high contrast black and white negative film, the highlights became black tracing lines and the black backgrounds became transparent celluloid, which under which the animators could color and fill. The same effect was achieved by constructing a large model of a B-17 bomber and painting it in a similar fashion, all black, with white line detail and highlights. Apparently, that's how they did this. If you watch the sequences, the Tarna sequence when she's flying through the landscape, it's a giant model, and because they use black and white negative film, everything being painted black, but the highlights and all the little details painted white, the negative gave them black lines on translucent celluloid. So they can literally go in and paint right behind the celluloid, and it gives you, it kind of looks, Xeroxy now, but I mean, that was it's basically a real miniature animated sequence, and they're hand painting it in. They're turning it into a painting, basically.
But it's a way to also capture the actual movement and the different means by which, and same thing with the bomber about how it moves and everything. And this is computer,
And they don't have it's pre-computer work, so they don't have to to show a model, to show a solid object moving in 3-dimensional space is very difficult for an animator. Yeah. Every little angle change you have to hand render that. And that seemed like the most economic way to do it. So that model, that B-17 image right there is a 10-foot wingspan model that's painted all black, and every dark line you see on that is actually painted white.
Very cool.
And then they just inverse it. They shot it on negative film, and the result from shooting on negative film is all the white lines are just black, and all the black of the background ends up becoming clear translucent film, which they can trace and paint right underneath, which is brilliant. I mean, that's really fucking brilliant. That's a brilliant economic and really, really effective way to achieve those shots.
That's very amazing.
Yeah, there's some of the animation they like in the Lord of the Rings film and stuff like that, the animated one, where it's actual live models performing the movement. So, and they do this with Tarna as well, and that's what same thing, same idea. You paint over them, and
well, it's rotoscoping.
Exactly. Rotoscope is
they shot a Canadian model in a swimsuit, putting on the clothes, for Tarna, and that's what gives us that really amazing scene where she's naked and she's putting on all these clothes, and it's really believable. Mm-hmm. We feel like we're watching some, gal that we picked up in the bar, putting her clothes back on. It really is quite amazing. Anyway, let's see. Bruno also used a multi-plane camera to achieve depth of field in the Tarna flight sequences, something that only Disney had achieved at the time. The effect was done by suspending a camera 15 feet off the ground and frame by frame animating the several glass plates of images, pulling focus in between the images to give the massive depth. So you guys remember the scene where Tarna's sort of flying into these very intricate and very large caverns and weird, it's almost like an archaeological dig of an ancient civilization that she's traveling through to get to her little temple. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that's achieved by Bruno was saying that he put the camera 15 feet off the ground. He put the different layers of images, 3-4 feet away from each other. That way he could pull focus between one layer and another and keep going. So that way you felt like, Tarna ended up flying super far away, even though it's, in animation, you're talking about a flat image. It usually is just a flat image. But this guy actually got the shot about, animation cells are how big, Doug? What, 8.5 by 11?
Yeah, thereabouts. And so the difficulty of course, you have a massive, I assume, massive staff to go in and complete all of that.
15 feet of depth on a small image like that that's a lot of work. And like Doug mentioned before, this is before computers, so it all had to be done frame by frame, hand animated. Turn the focus ring just slightly this percentage so that we know, in 24 frames, we're going to end up getting to there. The patience that these guys had and the engineering it's it's mind numbing.
There was a lot of chain smoking and drinking afterwards, you know.
Yeah, they did say that. It was afterward. They didn't say it was during.
Yeah.
But let's see. Okay, I got through that note. Okay, here we go. Music publisher Irving Azoff assembled the mega soundtrack for the film with performers such as Black Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult, Sammy Hagar, Don Felder, Cheap Trick, Devo, Journey, and Nazareth.
Yeah.
Blue Oyster Cult produced an additional track for the Tarna segment entitled Vengeance, the Pact. However, the track was rejected due to the lyrics revealing major plot points and spoilers from the film. Doom, have you heard that song?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's really cool. I'll send it to you.
They fucked up. Oh, God.
It's a cool track, though. They're basically stating all the plot points in Tarna in the song, but it's a cool song.
Damn, too bad. Yeah.
I know. Let's see. Much like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, the film had a massive cult following at midnight screenings all across the country. Unfortunately, due to a few discrepancies with the record labels, home video rights had not been secured for the soundtrack. The Turner Network had broadcast a censored version of the film in 1995, 15 years after its initial release and after the publication's purchase by Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles co-creator Kevin Eastman. The film was finally brought to VHS and Laserdisc, complete with a new Sony 8-channel DDS audio remaster and a theatrical re-release in 1997. It took 15 years for this movie to come out on any kind of official media. A lot of bootlegs existed at the time. You could go to conventions and pick up, in the late 80s and maybe early 90s, a crappy VHS of this thing, but it was not officially released until 1995, or I think it was 95. It was VHS and Laserdisc, and in 97 they re-released it in the theater. And that was the first time I had seen this movie uncensored, because all I had was my own little crappy, recorded at midnight on TNT VHS censored version.
And the versions out now have the correct music now. Do they?
Oh yeah, they're all straightened out and everything. And I think Tom Connors was telling us to get the 4K because it was probably the top notch version. I have the Blu-ray, but I'm sure the 4K that I think it was just recently released is probably the best version of it. They had completely remastered the sound, and this movie was a major influence to me. Elmer Bernstein, of course, did a fantastic score for this movie. Again, I had the vinyl record way back in the day before the official CD came out, and I wore that sucker out. I only had about 5 or 6 records that I listened to. This was one of them.
Wow.
LPs. The rest I had on CD, because I'm kind of young. But this one I would sit in front of the record player and listen to all the time.
Cool.
But if you guys haven't seen this movie, get out there and check it out. Boy, I envy you, because I wish I could watch this movie and not know anything about it. See the depth of field there?
Oh yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
15.
And that's
feet.
Arzak right there. That's the Mobius stuff.
Yes, right there.
He's flying the pterodactyl that seems to be made of stone. Very cool.
Well, those are my notes. On to the next panelist.
Absolutely. Well, Douglas, what do you think of this movie?
It's all right, I guess.
Look at that. He says it's all right. Is that
what perfect time?
I made the happy faces as small as I possibly could.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, I knew you would.
Oh, yeah. This is a huge influence. And certainly the idea of adapting an anthology magazine, and they pretty much hit it as best you could, in spite of the rights problems and whatnot. But it flows so perfectly with that. And then they added, Business of the Loch-Nard. You going, well, what is it? Well, it's the source of evil. Good enough. Move on. But just the idea, growing up watching, cartoons, and the only adventure cartoons would have been like, Super Friends and stuff like that. To suddenly see this, it's like, wow, dreams can come true.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing. Yeah. Hey, now why can't we have more heroines like this?
Right.
I know. I think that's a reasonable thing, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And it's
the
okay
thing I
because
like
the
about her
blood's
best
green.
is she doesn't have a beard, Douglas.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Hey, let's do a reboot of heavy metal. And
Yeah.
yeah, but that was the thing. Yeah, it was always shocking. Like sometimes the heavy metal magazine would be available on the stands in grocery stores, and I was like,
I know, man. They were as fucked up as this shit is. The magazine is two or
the
three
magazine
times
way
worse.
way more. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you guys get a chance to check out the magazine, oh my god, it's like
Yeah.
shit. That shit makes me blush. You know, like that shit's pretty like wow.
But it's this wild combination because the art is excellent. It's probably the best you'll ever see in comic art, and it's a combination of that. It's a combination of porn and gory violence and horror, and but surrealism. You know, a lot of that is like akin to Twilight Zone and stuff like that. There'd be a lot of that in there. So a bizarre thing, but that's what made it great. And then this film should have done a lot better than it did. And I had wished at the time that it had spawned more approaches to that for 2D animation and whatnot. It didn't get a whole lot. But so this remains a huge treasure. There was another one later on, but that was just when Kevin Eastman bought the company and wanted to do an animated movie featuring his wife, who was a penthouse pet, and this sort of thing. Which, had it gone the anthology route, would have been better because that would still speak to the elements of the magazine, and that could have been one story among the rest. But it was all one story, and yeah. But this thing remains a treasure unto itself. And you need to check it out. I mean, in each story is its own world, and that's the other thing, a bit of a risky thing, I guess, in the inconsistency, you know, because I can understand your argument about the Cornelius Cole and Neverwhere Land being taken out, but at the same time, each story had its own style and whatnot. Again, speaking to what you would find in the magazine. So. Yeah, and yeah, that's as close as you get of attempts of adapting actual comic book stories and art of like Richard Corbin and whatnot. But in the Captain Stern, it's dead on. You know,
yeah,
exactly what it looks like.
They nailed it. They really nailed the look. So
can't say enough good about it. And a lot of times, like pop songs and stuff annoy me. Even when it's songs I like. Sometimes they overuse them in movies, but here it's perfect. A lot of it is the music starting, either they're about to have sex or they're about to massacre everybody in the room.
Yeah.
That's why it works. It's perfectly timed. But the score is also very, very good. It took a while before I could get my hands on that, and was happy to have it because.
Do you have the complete score, Doug?
Yeah,
you have it now.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's not. I'll share it with you.
Oh, really? You've got the complete score?
I sent it to you already. You forgot already, didn't you?
No, you haven't sent me the complete.
I'll resend it to you. Okay, I'll send it to you.
That shot of the robot in bed with the naked chick. That's actually like an homage, we'll call it, to Barbarella. Not the movie, the actual like French comic strip, because they have a shot of famously of Barbarella lying in bed naked with the robot, and the robot is saying, there's still something fairly mechanical about my movements. And she said, no, it was great. So, I mean, that was right. I know. And you know, those guys knew it. So, I mean, that was,
yeah.
Of course.
I mean, Barbarella could fit in with
100%. Yeah.
With heavy metal. So,
yes, it could.
And that's the coolest name ever in the history of the world, Duran Duran. That band was cool to take that name. That was a character from Barbarella.
Right,
Duran Duran is such a great fucking name.
Yeah.
God, that's a great name.
I like that movie. That movie's like a live action heavy metal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that all you had to say, Doug, or did you? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, that's about it. All I can do is keep praising it. So, yeah, I highly recommend it.
Outstanding. Admiral Teague, have you seen this movie?
Well, of course, I've seen this fantastic movie, and I think the first time was like a double feature or some kind of midnight movie because you had to work to see this movie.
Yeah.
Your parents weren't going to take you to see it, that's for sure. And you know what? A fantastic movie, and they got New York right, and fantastic use of Black Sabbath. At that age, I didn't realize Ozzy Osbourne had any affiliation with them. I thought it was just Ronnie James Dio. And that sequence of the movie is just fantastic. Just absolutely a great movie. Get a little Devo in there too. Check out this movie. It's great. You're not going to be disappointed. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this movie. It's amazing artwork too. Just really, I mean, they really captured the Mobius vibe there, and the strange crossovers that you get are really cool.
You know, I just wanted to say that Blue Oyster Cult album, Fire of Unknown Origin, if you listen to it with knowledge of the movie, there's like maybe 2 or 3 songs that might have been heading for that movie.
Oh, maybe they did a couple of different options and they were all rejected or something.
There's a couple of other things that seem kind of specific. And you know what? Here's the thing. It's a really good album, so you're not going to like, this is not unpleasant research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'll check that out. What
There's
album is it?
Like, Fire of Unknown Origin. It's got Burning for You on it, which is one hell. You want to see a talented guy, watch the video for Buck Dharma doing everything in that except playing drums and bass.
Yeah, Burning for You is a great song. You know, Go Go Godzilla. I really love, of course, you know, Don't Fear the Reaper. That is a masterpiece. I needed more cowbell, but it was a masterpiece.
Okay.
You know, that t-shirt looks great on the hottest chick in my 9th grade class with that symbol that the Blue Oyster Cult had. It really accentuated everything she had going on.
Childhood crush. Andy Masterson, are you a fan of this movie?
Oh, yes. All right, youngsters. Roll you back to the thrilling days of yesteryear. Back before the internet, back before porn on demand. Back when you had to be really slick and try and sneak into your dad's nightstand and take a peek at the Playboy magazines. And if your dad was hopefully degenerate enough, like the neighbor next door, he would have Penthouse or Hustler.
Amen.
And we would all take turns looking at these things in horrible frustration. So back then, you would take any opportunity to see any kind of boob action that you could.
Oh, yes.
Whether it was drawn or whether it was real life. And as a young artist, I had a lot of people requesting that I would draw pictures of naked women for them because that's what you could get.
That's all there was.
When this thing came out, now it's interesting. Like my dear friend Gary and I are, I'm a bit older than he is. And so it's funny that we kind of saw this at the same age. I just saw it when it first came out. Now, we went to the Atco Drive-In, and fortunately, my friend Bert had an older sister who was more than willing to smuggle her brother's underage friends to the drive-in, and so we could pop out of the trunk and watch this movie without being 17 years old or having a parent with us. And as an artist and as a comic book fan, watching this movie brought to life was amazing. When you saw this on screen, wow. The anthology series was something that like not a lot of studios would do because it doesn't seem commercially viable because you don't have one thing you can latch on to promote. But this was just amazing. And the story that it told of good and evil was just spectacular. The art in this was breathtaking. It is something that, as an illustrator, you learn to appreciate the ability to tell a story without words. This is what the real great comic book artists like Jack Kirby were so good at. When I first started reading comic books, I wasn't a Jack Kirby fan until I started to try to do it myself. And I would notice that the best stories were Kirby telling a story, then all Stan Lee had to do was come in and fill in words. Kirby told the story. Lee just put in some dialogue. That is what happens in this movie. If you can take yourself back to a period where like you're a teenage boy, and these things are going through the mind of every teenage boy's head. And ask anybody, any man, what it was like, unfiltered, growing up and having these thoughts. Like, this movie is it. Violence, boobs, like transform, like, Din, whose story was a little jarring. Sorry, I had to throw that in. But that story there, like the little kid, like, transforming into this big muscular guy, and like all of a sudden, like, twice in one day, this is great.
Yeah. John Candy was perfect in that role, man. Oh boy.
Exactly.
Well, my dork hanging out. So yeah, this is I'm afraid that future generations are going to look at this and it's going to be kind of dated, which is really, really tragic, because at the time when this came out, it was a period of, like, there was a lot of censorship. There were a lot of people, like, you had like all the crap that you see going on now with the cancel culture. You had a lot of that going on the right side, where, like, the religious right was kind of, oh my God, the children's going to see breast. It will ruin them for life. It'll turn, like, that same kind of thing was going on the other side. And when you got to see something like this was like, now there's a lot of kids out there that didn't get the art to it. They just saw boobs. But to the fledgling artist, this was really pivotal to me, because I noticed that when I first started drawing and doing artwork, the first thing I did was start copying comic book pages. And then I started taking, like, muscle and fitness magazines and drawing my superheroes, like really studying muscles and things and putting that together. And then I got smart. And I'd swipe my dad's Playboy magazines and tell him it was just for the art practice.
And he believed you 100%.
Well, no, not at all, but it was a good excuse for my mom. Anyway, kids, use that excuse.
Yeah.
If you get snagged, you just tell your mom you're practicing for your art classes. But anyway, yeah, classic movie. This is great. I usually will sit down on Wednesdays and watch the movie of the week. My wife said, heavy metal, what's that? I showed her the trailer, says, yeah, you have fun watching that. Maybe you can watch it with your son.
Yep.
Like, so, like, I
Same with my wife.
I got some peace and quiet, like, to watch this. But yeah, check it out. It's great. And this is my favorite part of the show. We have so much to complain about, sitting through The Little Mermaid and getting to watch this today to take me back in a time machine to a simpler time of just pure entertainment. That was worth suffering through Little Mermaid for.
Wow. Well said, my friend. Well said. Yeah, it's kind of like, with Pop Culture Breakdown, talking about the movies that we love. It's kind of like the square up at the end,
Yeah.
You
it's
had
important.
It is, and not enough other channels do this kind of thing. So I'm proud to be here, and this was a hell of a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and get to the rest of these super chats, because they're not going to read themselves, shall we?
Super chats, mofo.
All right, let's go ahead and put back up the live chat here as we work through these super chats here. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friends. So speaking of horror, check out what I just sent on Twitter. Yes, I actually did while this was going on. I pre-looked at it, and he sent this thing. We have a problem. Chick-fil-A just hired a VP of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is bad, very bad. I don't want to have to boycott. Are we going to have to boycott? And Mercenary X said, get ready for more woke. I love Chick-fil-A. So I just think this is a damn shame.
Well, I think that a lot of these companies getting hit like this now because like it shows you that the normies have had enough. It's one thing when we're the canaries in the coal mine. We start panicking before everybody else does, and people are looking, you're crazy until they look up and say, holy crap, you were right. And now that's where we're at. Everybody's had enough. And like you see it, like when you have groups popping up on Twitter like Gays Against Groomers, because these are all just normal people. They're normal people. But you have these fanatics that are going in there and telling you that you're some kind of monster if you don't fall in line with them. So now the real world's catching up to them. Mm-hmm. And I just hope it doesn't swing back the other way, because I don't want to go back to that point where, like, I have people wagging their finger at me because there's a movie like Heavy Metal with boobs.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah. This was a real time capsule, and fortunately there's more to it than just the boobs. It's got an incredible vibe. So, regardless of being a little dated, it still remains far fucking out, Troy Neenan with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Troy. Says, the greeter with the beard and the dress, that's the new Disney princess. So
yeah,
that's
Tucker.
Enjoy the adventures of Princess Dixie Tucker.
Dixie Tucker.
See, that's the problem. If they say, oh boy, if they could do more movies like Heavy Metal, well, their den would turn into Tarna.
Yeah,
that would be
right.
So
and then screw himself.
Yep.
yeah. What would happen?
Oh boy, guess what I could do with this?
Yeah, he'd have a love scene with himself.
Yeah, pretty much. And
anytime I want, more than just twice in 1 hour.
Oh, God.
And I can make an OnlyFans.
Oh, no.
Get ready.
I could get a job as a greeter at Disney now. Thank you.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says, I didn't mind too much finding out that Dumbledore was gay. I did wonder about all the socks, though. Well, thank you, Angry Yeti TV. I've heard that reaction. Well done, sir. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says 90s Little Mermaid TV cartoon show was more real. Yeah. And it had a authentically mermaid of color on that show. Nobody complained, because they're not, gaslighting us and replacing and playing mind fucks with us. That's the difference. Benjamin Locken with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Benjamin says, no Bubbles, 0 out of 10, worst remake ever. Well, when it's underwater, there should be bubbles. Otherwise, it's just like they've just layered some blue shit over the fucking thing with some CG. I mean, they are not inhabiting the space.
What, mermaids don't fart?
No, mermaids don't fart, apparently. You can't smell underwater, I guess.
Don't pop any bubbles with your nose.
That's right. That's right.
Imagine the song they could have come up with that.
Right?
I know. I think there should be more Axl Braun Disney porno parodies, You got to have bibbity bobbity boobs. That would be great. That'd be great. 80s Totally Awesome with a $2 super chat. Thank you, 80s Totally Awesome. Says Mikey, I told you Harvey missed you, you YouTuber. Mike, if you're out there, that comes from 80s Totally Awesome, and he really is totally awesome. But you already know that, don't you? Esther Dickerson with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Esther says, LOL, everything's coming up black roses for Disney. Yeah. Black roses that are dead and dried up and blowing away in the breeze. Gone with the wind, like their prophets. Thank you, Esther Dickerson. And Troy Neenan with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Troy says shills are not getting their protection money. Oh, how sad. How sad. When the shilling just isn't working like it used to. How awful. Yeah. And my friend Goku McDuck with 65 Mexican dollar super chat. Thank you so much, Goku. Says, Lord DC, can I remind you of please showing the Elihu message I sent on May 23rd? Also, my psychologist says if it pains me, then not work on it at all. And I needed a reminder before the show. I can't, I don't have time to go digging around for it. You got to remind me, really ideally a day or two before the show so I can set it up. Cause I just don't have that account over here. So I'm sorry, my friend. Goku McDuck also says with another 65 Mexican dollar super chat. Also today, IQ went into surgery. I might try going to an expo later on in town with the little art he made and at least give it a try before giving up. Basically, he's been working on a project, and his artist is ill and needing surgery and so on. And this has upset Goku McDuck very much. And I tell you what, Goku McDuck, remind me tomorrow, and I will try and be able to show that on Friday Night Frolics. I just need a little lead time because I have too many details. I can't remember this stuff. You've got to get me at a time where I can pull it up. I just have too many people, too many details, and I'm only one person. I'm sorry, my friend, but please remind me then, and I'll be happy to show that from you. Benjamin Locken with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Benjamin. Says, hey, Harvey.
What?
Father's Day is coming up. Start preparing your spiel about how you don't have a daughter.
Screw you. It has never legally been proven in court on any paternity suit that I have a daughter. Largely because I'm locked up in this containment field and nobody can get any DNA.
You fucking cad. You cad. You bounder.
Yeah. What's your point?
All right. Well, he's a deadbeat dad.
I'm not a dad.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
All right, whatever. We'll take this up on Friday Night Frolics. But thank you, Benjamin Locken, for pointing that out about Father's Day. Maybe they'll change it to Harvey's Day.
Fuck you.
All right. Calm down. James Retief with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jamie. Or is it James? Says Cameron has some info from Sparrow about the tell-all book that's coming out. Apparently, KK is implicated in some way. Should be interesting if you want to bring Cameron on. Yeah, I do need to get him on it. Maybe next week we'll get him back on again. He's a great guest and a good friend, and I love to have him on. And Jason, who has been an arch villain of, renewed his channel membership as an arch villain. Thank you, Jason. We really appreciate it, brother. Beth Arstead, who has been an arch villain of mine for 28 months now. And thank God she is back visible in the chat. Thank you, Beth. Says, well, I'm still trying to find a way to post general chats. My apologies to DC for any false aspersions. I was wrong. My fault alone. My computer itself wishes to limit my contribution to these live streams. Damn AI. Well, I don't understand it, Beth, but you were getting through it, whether it was on your phone or whatever. I don't understand this, and I don't know what bug in YouTube like causes this shit to happen. But regardless, thank you for persevering, Beth, and thank you for popping in again. We miss you. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Jack says, my lord, I am thinking of doing a test stream on Monday. Maybe would any of the panel be able to join? Well, I tell you what, send me an email about it, and I'll pass it around and see if anybody would like to come and join you on your test stream, brother. Congratulations. That's great news.
That's good.
Yeah. And Jack White also says with a $5 super chat, Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, what a great name, huh? Larry Fink, it's appropriate, is the one who came up with ESG. Personally, I wouldn't give two fucks about the goddamn ESG rating. I wouldn't be bothered with it. I wouldn't think about it. All I want is to make profits and make good stuff. And old Fink can fuck off.
I thought people were messing up the abbreviation for Empire Strikes Back. I had to go Google what the hell that was.
Yeah, well, now you know, and it's awful.
And I'm worse for it.
Yes, you are worse for it. Curiosity killed the cat, or in this case, the Admiral. I'm sorry to say. SHS Rebels 08, who's been a Doomentide of mine for 28 months now. Thank you, my friends. Says, hail Doomcock, Andy, Gary, Mexican Iron Man, Douglas, and Captain Trek. Thank you, amen, for the great stream. You're very welcome, SHS Rebels 08. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope everybody has had even half as much fun as we've had making this tonight. It was fucking great. Had so much fun. And Jeffrey Hallam with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says, hail, friends. I dig the Castle Xanadu and the background effects in the videos. Could I persuade you to add some Harryhausen-esque stop-motion animation, Harvey Cthulhu? A little love for the old arts. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Harvey is stop motion. Harvey's real. All that stuff is real. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I hiked about 8 miles to get that shot of that castle, so I don't know what the hell y'all are talking about.
Yeah, dude.
I saw it on my way in here. It's real.
Yeah.
It's a big castle and all that. I mean, you haven't seen, like, there's a lot of Xanadu that I haven't even shown you guys yet, but it's coming out. Believe me.
Several attorneys representing former girlfriends of Harvey can confirm that it is real, as they've been unable to serve him with papers because he'd have to push the button, and you know.
And Harvey looks really cute.
Sorry,
Harvey
Andy.
looks cute on those videos, but like when you go and stick a picture of Maury Povich on that containment field, man, he gets scary.
Oh man. Ooh. There's a reason why you don't punch that button.
Yeah, I know. I show him Maury Povich and he just disappears into his own dimension again. He runs, he turns tail and runs.
Dude,
he turns white. He just turns stark white. Like and his fez flies up. I've got a picture of it right here in the chat. Yeah, here it is.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Look.
Yeah, here we go. There he is. See? Yeah.
Hey, shut up, Gary Ambrosia.
You kiss my ass. Who's taking care of all your little squidlings here, huh?
Hey!
Yeah. Half the damn rabbit recipe
was
filled with your
rabbit.
little offspring. Get out of here. And where's my check? Yeah,
I
you
got
got
nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they got that same squeaky voice and that same attitude and the same fucking fez. Yeah, you have nothing to do with it, right?
Bullshit.
You kiss
Bullshit.
my ass.
You don't get born with a fez, asshole.
Talk to Maury, asshole. Talk to Maury.
no.
Because you are the father, motherfucker.
At
Hey,
the
Harvey.
mention of Maury, he vanished. He ran.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hey, Harvey, your DNA is on all that Kleenex.
Oh, Lord.
Well,
he doesn't.
the
doesn't have
attorneys
any-
are going to want to get a hold of that.
Oh, they would if there was such a thing. But you know,
Dude,
I don't
Cock,
give him any clear.
I may have left my cell phone near Omnivac with the hotspot on.
Oh, boy. We're fucked now.
Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary X21 says, I'm not angry about anything. I am calm as a cucumber. After all, karma is coming, and karma is God's point system, and God is going to come calling his due. Well, so you're saying that there is justice, and justice will be served. I like that message. Thank you very much, Mercenary X21. And my friend, Pop Culture Curator, has been a Dominion of my channel member for 37 months. And I have been told that he is having something of a medical emergency. He has been diagnosed with a tumor. And he asked me here, may I post a link to my page for medical emergency? Absolutely, Pop Culture Curator. You know, if you can get me the link or get it to my wrenches, we will pop it in. So if I don't know, Admiral Teague, do you have the link by any chance? Does anybody have if anyone can get me that link to Pop Culture Curator?
I believe they're trying to get a better link because of the VIG that they're getting charged. There'll probably be a link to if he has a link, you know, any wrench could pop it in, I guess. I don't know where it is. But I mean, I'm the only one, or the wrenches can pop it in there if they can get a hold of it. So just get it to us, and we will put it up in the stream. Pop Culture Curator, we will absolutely do that. And very, very sorry. Actually, probably Anti-Derivative Jill might have it, right? Yeah, Anti-Derivative Jill might have it. And best wishes to Pop Culture Curator.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Jill. If you want to pop that in there, then please feel free. I know she was around. I saw her earlier. So if she wants to pop that in there, that would be great.
She was the first person I told I got invited on the show. Like, don't tell anybody.
So yeah, there you go. There you go. Thank you, Anti-Derivative Jill. Support pop culture with his medical emergency. And it is www.givesendgo.com/GAMX2. So prayers for you, brother. And thank you very, very much for reaching out to us. And God bless you. And I hope that this goes well for you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and God bless you. And thanks for everybody for offering support in the chat as well. So thanks, Jill. Really appreciate that. And God bless you, man. Keep us updated, okay? Don Lewis with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Don. It says, I just heard this on WDW Pro. Star Trek merch from the original series and the Next Generation is selling well. Little or no demand for new Trek. No, that's absolutely true. I mean, that's been true ever since New Trek started. I mean, I've been saying that off and on since 2017. You know, that's no new development. That's absolute fact. Thank you, Don. TLJ Screwjob with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. Says, Mr. Iger, I hope that the loss of money on Captain Marv, the Marvels, makes the experience of Bree's feet worth it. I'll let you decipher the joke. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob, and bless you, brother. Thank you for that. Henry with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Henry. Says, check out the new Star Trek Resurgence narrative video game that recently came out. Feels like the first real Star Trek since Kurtzman took over. Yeah, I've heard some good things about Star Trek Resurgence. I think that's interesting. I haven't seen it, but I will check it out. Thank you very much, Henry. Appreciate you supporting the show, my friend. And Admiral Tig has renewed their channel membership. Thank you, Admiral Tig. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
I'd read the moon letters to you, but maybe I'm just not right for the part, right?
What? For what?
Just thank you so much. It's been a great experience to have been a sub of this channel, and it's so much entertainment. Thank you so much, Jimcock.
Thank you. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you for being here tonight and fighting for Star Trek. And speaking of fighting for
honor.
it is. And speaking of fighting for Star Trek, Anti-Derivative Jill with a $5 super sticker of the pumping pear saying, keep it up. Thank you. Anti-Derivative Jill, you are awesome.
She's hosting my show Friday night from 4 until you come on.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, she's not totally hosting it. She'll be there on and off. PDB, my first in command, and Dark Helmet, who I believe you know, are handling the Delta shift on Friday.
Very swell. Very good. And Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says Disney Plus re-edits and redubs Get Back with AI and have them as cheap mermen singing about we ironically got saved by mouse being bought and KK shot by China. Well, Joe, what are you talking about? Re-edits and redubs Get Back? You mean the Beatles documentary? It has the Beatles as cheap mermen singing about Wow. Well, are you applying for a job with the Imagineers out there? Joe, that's pretty trippy, dude. Pretty trippy. And Watsamata with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Watsamata says, ow, my shoulder hurts. Must be from patting myself on the back so much for joining up. In the archvillain's bathroom, please tell me you guys leave space between each other at the urinals. Oh, fuck yes. Yeah, we got dividers, man. You know, what kind of archvillain bathroom would it be without the dividers? Got to have them. Thank you, Watsamata. And welcome to the exalted ranks of the archvillains. You go ahead and pat yourself on the back, brother, as much as you want. You deserve it. And the great Dixon Cider, speaking of being deserving, the great Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friends. Is glad to be back since they finally finished the new phone lines. Sorry for getting you addicted to High School DxD. I hope you enjoy Black Lagoon. Well, thank you, Dixon Cider. You don't have to apologize. I love High School DxD. It's a really great manga. Very much enjoying it. It's toxic as hell and absolutely fantastic. I love it. Great artwork, man. Those upskirt shots are golden. And Joe Lamont has been a Dumentide for 3 months now. Thank you, Joe. And says, rumor, Kevin Smith is working on a new version of heavy metal. DC, I'm just messing with you guys. He put it upside down I don't know how he does that. You guys, Marauders Metropolis. Yeah. Y'all ever seen Giorgio Moroder's Metropolis, with his soundtrack and stuff? I guess not. Silence out there. Nobody's seen.
Yes, I have. I love Marauder. Sorry, I was getting a
muted.
bombardment of text here.
Oh,
Yes,
that's okay.
Absolutely. Marauders, in fact, his Scarface soundtrack was just released.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
The unreleased version, and it's fantastic. Marauder is awesome. Love him.
Yeah, he is. Didn't he also do that movie, the Midnight Express soundtrack?
That is very hard to find. His score from that is very, very hard to find.
And that track, one of the tracks from that was Art Bell's theme song for Coast to Coast.
The Chase. Yep.
Yeah. Fantastic, man. Marauder was great. He really exemplified that kind of 80s, kind of techno, kind of a bridge, he was amazing. I loved his stuff. Dragon's Blade 79 is a new channel member at the Dumentide level. Thank you, Dragon's Blade 79, and welcome to the club. And Nailars has re-upped their channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Nailars. And the great Kelvin Wellborn has been a channel member of mine for 29 months. Says, hail to Overlord DVD and the PCB panel. Great show. Thank you, my friend. I think it's been a hell of a great show. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Says, check out the mermaid picture I sent you. I saw it, but I don't understand it. It's a picture of Ariel. It's all blue. And it says La Serenita Proximamente Terror 2D 3D DOB. I don't have any idea what any of that means. I see. It's not the poster, it's the theater, which is completely empty. Okay. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Yes. Send me, I was focused on this strange picture. But in actual fact, it's a fucking empty theater. So well done. Thank you very much, Mercenary X21. Nice. I love seeing that. I think Disney's gonna see a lot more of that before this is over. Dragon's Blade 79 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dragon's Blade. Says heavy metal was one of the inspirations for my novel. Hope you finish it soon. I will get to it as soon as I can. Dragon's Blade 79. I'm working on it, but I have very little time to read, so it's difficult. But I thank you, Dragon's Blade 79, and it's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says the new Psycho Pass movie has a release date of July 15th for North America. And daily reminder, Harvey's son is coming for his head.
Well, you can stand in line. There's a lot of people would like my head. But to chop it off, not to get it. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh. Yeah, no, we know what you mean. You don't swing that way, Harvey.
No, not at all.
And Douchebag Kylo with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Douchebag Kylo. Says, just before Pop Culture Breakdown tonight, Cameron posted on a Patreon site a juicy new message from Sparrow regarding the book and Iger's sly message to Kathy. Yes, Douchebag Kylo. I have been in touch with Cameron about it, and I'll probably be making a video about it soon. And Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, no, The Little Mermaid is classified as a horror. Yeah, I did read that, which is kind of amusing. I think it is kind of horrific, but it's a strange shot. It's a strange shot, Mercenary X21. Thank you. And Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, I meant hopefully China will buy the mouse before Mer Beatles happens. Okay. Now it makes sense. I was totally confused by that message. Thank you, Joe. All right, folks. Well, I think it's been a fun show tonight. I hope everybody had a great time. We sure as shit did. And Gary, I know that, listen, folks, The bunnytrailrescue.org has been having a lot of financial and emotional stress lately. They're at capacity with the rabbits that they've been rescuing. And Bunny Mom Ambrosia is working her little cotton tail off, taking care of these little critters. So we really definitely could use some donations. Gary, go ahead and talk a little bit about the bunnytrailrescue.org, I believe. It's actually .org. It's not .com. But I think .com will lead to it, right?
I believe. I think the wrenches have the proper link in the chat. But yeah, my wife runs a little rescue to help little critters out. You can find it at the bunnytrailrescue.org. And if you're so inclined, maybe run a little traffic by her and throw her a buck or two, because the little critters, they got to eat. My wife was just telling me the other day that they got an animal in that was actually kicked around. Somebody kicked it around like a soccer ball, and it had all kinds of fractures and fractures that had healed over time. So it had happened for years apparently, which is sick. But it's in good hands now, and the rabbit's being taken care of. And she's on Twitter too, if you guys want to check her out on Twitter, the Bunny Trail Rescue. But she definitely needs your help. It's all volunteer based. It's all donation based. It's 100% nonprofit. So yeah, it's I don't know if you guys have ever attempted a nonprofit, but it's quite a struggle.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this is a great episode. Hail to the wrenches, hail to the chat. Check us out next week. We will be here. I have my own channel on YouTube, Gary Ambrosia, if you want to check out cool, fun little movie props and Hollywood relics, and all the little goofy little skits and videos we do on this channel. But yeah, check it out. Stay tuned. Stay angry. We love you guys. See you later.
Thank you, Gary. And I think that people that abuse animals are the lowest fucking scum of the fucking earth that I can virtually imagine. And I thank God I've never actually encountered one in person because I don't want to go to jail. But I probably would. I would probably go. Douglas Nelson, please, sir, plug away at your amazing works of genius and art.
Well, I appreciate that. The podcast is the Mr. Nelson Show on RadioMisfits.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The channel is the Nelson Ratings, where I talk about all this stuff. And then there's Night Night. Oh, look what Andy has.
Look at that.
You could be just like Andy, too, if you head over to indieplanet.com and order your copy of Night Night. Oh, yes, and more to come. Someday.
I don't remember Vanna White being so named because of the color of her beard, but
yeah,
Vanna's gone to seed a little bit.
Can I buy a vowel?
Well, you can buy a bowel in this case. Let's anyway, Douglas Nelson, and he is at the NelsonRatings.locals.com, which is not like Craigslist.
No, none of those services. Sorry, I know there's so many who wanted it to be such, and I haven't started an OnlyFans yet, but at Locals you can find more of my artwork, other videos, and behind the paywall I do have some my own poor man's Mystery Science Theater treatment of old public domain horror and sci-fi films.
Very, very nice.
Wow.
Very
Mystery
nice.
Science Theater was pretty poor to begin with. Jeez.
Yeah, so I don't have any puppets. I just have a cartoon silhouette of me sitting in the theater while you watch the movie with me.
Lonely and isolated.
Yeah.
I know you personally, so I'd watch it. But folks, get out there and watch it, because
it's like Mystery Science Theater 3000, but without the companionship and banter.
Without the 3000. Seriously though, guys, check out his comic book. It's fucking hilarious.
Absolutely.
It's really good artwork.
Really is.
It's really, really good. Really great.
Thank you.
Keep drawing, Doug. Keep drawing.
Amen.
I
Amen.
will, right up to the last heartbeat. Oh, yeah, there's no stopping that.
100%. And I actually, because Andy was showing the screen caps for this evening, I didn't actually get a chance to show you this amazing piece of work here by Douglas here. Let me go ahead and share the screen on this here. There we go. Look at that. He put it together, folks, for tonight.
Oh, yeah, the heavy metal, right?
Great poster. And of course he did the splash screen for tonight's festivities as well. So thanks, Doug. I mean, you do just such a great job, man.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
And Andy, well, Admiral Teague, go ahead and plug your channel, my friend, your cause.
Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. We celebrate and enjoy good Star Trek. Some of my crew haven't seen some TOS episodes. You get to enjoy their wonderment with them sometimes. Sundays, we are on at 8 o'clock because I think that's a good time to be on. There's people listening, and we talk about things a little more freely. We're going to have to get into Strange New Worlds, and with my pal Comic Relief Crusader, we're going to be doing stuff on Saturdays, both on YouTube and on Rumble. We're going to split the stream, and who knows what we're going to do with that. But a lot of stuff in works for Saving Star Trek. You're going to be able to subscribe here to my channel, and we do one thing that New Track doesn't know how to do. We try to make Star Trek enjoyable. Star Trek's supposed to be entertaining, and that's our mission.
Well, entertaining and
informative.
interesting.
Well, entertaining. I mean, I could read you my bullet point list here of what makes Star Trek. Friendship, sacrifice, and loyalty must meet at the final frontier, or there is no Star Trek to me. Name me a Star Trek story without that. It's all New Trek stuff that doesn't have that. So saving the good Star Trek, hoping we can get back to a better place, and things like the Orville. And I all started when PJ from the Orville recognized one of my Star Trek uploads and said I was a quality Star Trek reviewer. So thank you to PJ, and may the Orville be renewed.
Absolutely. I hear. Let's make it happen. Make it so. And Andy Masterson, please go ahead and plug away, my friend.
I have a channel. I have a channel about teaching people how to make your own stuff, because I think most of us are more creative than we realize, and you don't need somebody else to sit around and waiting for them to make a subpar story when you can do it yourself. Get your creativity going, grab yourself a camera, put your stuff out there, because right now there's going to be a dearth of entertainment out there. There's going to be lots of people looking for something to look at. Okay. And you probably have some talent there that somebody else will appreciate. And you'll also send a message to those big guys up there that we don't really need them that much if they're going to give us crap. Anyway, check us out every Wednesday night here on Pop Culture Breakdown. And make sure you watch Doomcock's channel on Friday Night Frolics, where you're going to have the variety show of the internet. And I will be on Ranker Steve's channel tomorrow night for Manorama.
All right. Well, thank you, Andy. And I had a blast tonight, folks. I hope everyone else did as well. And
an honor. Thank you, Doomcock. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, man. Yeah, absolutely. And Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says Hell's Angels need to visit the guy who kicked the bunny. I agree entirely. I think that just inhuman. And geez, if I ever saw something like that, holy shit.
It's always or typically is a sign of a potential serial killer, because they often start on animals before they graduate to human being. It's just a sick desire to have absolute total power over another living thing and to take joy from their pain. So that's the absolute worst you can be.
Yeah, evil. And
that's what it is, evil.
I just thank God for people like Bunny Mom Ambrosia and Gary that care enough to, try to right some of the wrongs in this
It's all
world.
her, man. It's all her. She's got a heart of gold. That's why I married her.
Yeah, she certainly does. And we love you, Bunny Mom Ambrosia, and please do donate to that and help out Pop Culture Curator as well. He's got a medical emergency, and a poor guy. God bless him, and I hope things work out for him. And Angry Yeti TV with a $2 super chat. Wow, this is amazing. He says 26 books from finishing Star Wars EU. Hail all and good night. God dang. I don't know anybody that's read every single thing in the EU, every single book. That's a lot. Dude, Angry Yeti TV. I salute you, sir. Well done.
Commitment.
Damn, I know. Wow. And hail to that good old doggo there. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh,
Look at the pooch.
yeah.
Look at the pooch.
Yeah.
Problem is he'd eat the bunny. So, you
Well,
know.
Actually, he's very friendly. We have a rabbit that lives outside. He just sits there and watches him.
Really? Oh, well, see, that's a good boy then. That's
he's a good boy.
I've got a rabbit that lives outside my place as well. I have named him Mr. Hippity. All right. Well, this was Pop Culture Breakdown. And I love you guys, and thanks to the panel, thanks to everybody who came on tonight. Thanks to Mexican Iron Man, what an amazing guy, great friend, and all of you out there in the chat. Love you guys, absolutely. Hope to see you on Friday Night Frolics, and of course back here for Pop Culture Breakdown, where we'll see how much ground Little Mermaid remake loses between now and then. I hope it's a lot. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and my panel of pop culture pundits bidding you all, my friends,